Good morning, everyone. It is Maura Dooley and Lyle Goldstein, actually, taking you through the first hour again today. We'll be doing that all week because Mike Salk is out, and Brock has the Cush schedule where he gets to start the show at 7. So we'll be taking you through the first hour, and then it will be Brock Heward and Brian Walters the rest of the way. We do have Jeff Passan, as we do every Tuesday at 8:30. And Brock is excited to tell us plenty of wedding stories. In fact, I think he's come up with a game to play at 7:30 in order to get some of those wedding stories out. Some of the categories that he had were pretty interesting. So this should be fun.
I think I'm more excited to see how Brian takes it all. I mean, they've never hosted a show together. I don't think they've spent a ton of time together. And very first thing as Brian's parachuting into this thing is Brock telling him, hey, let me tell you everything about this wedding I was just at.
That's pretty typical Brock.
I know.
He likes to get up close and personal pretty quickly.
Well, there's not many faster ways to do it than telling him all about a wedding he was just at. So I'm more fascinated to see how Brian's going to respond to all of it. Does he have input? Does he have, his own insight? Or does he just kind of sit back and listen?
We'll see. But I don't think it really matters if you know the people involved, because in Brock's mind, with how he says he has content for the next few weeks, he thinks this is like the royal wedding that deserves round-the-clock coverage.
Maybe our listeners can tell us one way or another. Is this Seattle's version of the royal wedding?
The Prince of Puyallups' daughter. No. It looked beautiful. I'm sure he does have some great stories from it. So we will be catching up with him later. He did send us a video of Salk dancing with his daughters and wanted our thoughts on that. So maybe we'll get into that as well. But we had a fun Mariners game last night. I think that was, Salk talks about this a lot, that, before the All-Star break, you can't really call a game a must-win. But it felt like coming off of that road trip where you end it with 3 extra inning games, they looked a little tired. Now you're coming into a homestand where you have to play 7 before you get a break. And then if you look ahead at the schedule after that... you have to play the Yankees and the Tigers on the road. You really wanted to start this homestand off strong, and I couldn't be happier with yesterday. They not only did they not look tired, they played a really complete game and got contributions from tons of people, and you feel good about starting off this homestand, not looking like you're kind of dragging into it after that road trip.
Yeah, it was a good all-around win. And it's not just the Yankees and the Tigers you play before the All-Star break. Well, it is before the break. But then afterwards, you get the Astros, playoff team, Brewers, playoff team.
Well, and the team that's ahead of you.
Yeah. You go to Anaheim, where you haven't won a series in 2 years, and then it's essentially the trade deadline. So when you get through this week, it is a tough stretch of games the Mariners are about to go on. All the more reason I think they need to have a really, really good homestand this week. And they got off to a good start here on Monday night.
This is the easiest matchups you're going to have for a little while.
100%.
Also, it's a grind at this moment.
100%. Because the Royals and the Royals and the Pirates are 2 of the worst offenses in baseball. You miss both of their aces, and you're at home. Yeah, this is a week you have to take advantage of these games, and they did it here in Game 1. I mean, it was a pretty good all-around win, not just from Kirby going 6 strong and looking pretty dominant, but then you have Randy contribute, which has been nice. I mean, look, Cal hit another home run. I probably shouldn't even bury that. And now he's got 33. We keep talking about this insane pace that he's on, which 6 homers in 12 games is a lot, but it's also not impossible if we want to talk about that pace that he'd be on to keep up with Barry Bonds, which is crazy to even say in its own right. But more to your point, we were talking about this before the show started. You're starting to see some contributions happen on a more regular basis from different guys up and down the lineup over the last few days. And we've talked about Solano's gotten hot. We talked about Garver winning them a game on Sunday. We've talked about Canzone starting to heat up. Yesterday it was Randy, and that was really nice to see.
Yeah, to me, it feels a little bit like earlier in the season when we were surprised at how efficient this offense was. They were getting contributions from the bottom of the lineup, and it felt like they lost that for a little while. Now it's really nice to see that, especially when, it's not horrible, but JP's cooled off a little bit. As you mentioned yesterday, Cal's starting to get intentionally walked more. You're going to need those contributions from other parts of the lineup, even though I think you are still looking to add bats. You're going to need that coming up to the deadline. And it's really nice to see someone like Randy Arozarena play hero last night.
Yeah, he hasn't had many crazy hot streaks yet. And when he gets hot, he gets white hot. So, like, he had a fine month of April. May was more of a struggle. June was a solid month. It was nothing over the top. But when you see him do something like hit 2 home runs in a game, those are signs where you start to say, is Randy Arozarena about to hit one of his hot streaks? And he's a guy that when he gets hot, he can lift an offense for a week or two at a time. And if he's going to have that surge here as we're getting close to the All-Star break, the Mariners could really use it because that lengthens the lineup. It makes Cal much tougher to pitch to if you're in opposition, and it makes you throw him more pitches if Randy's going to be that fearsome behind him. So, yeah, there's definitely been more contributions up and down the lineup, and hopefully it's kind of Randy's turn because for a guy that, again, has been fine so far through the year but hasn't really gotten red hot, I'd love to see that version of Arozarena.
Even into last year, I don't know that we've seen like a really extended hot streak from him, so that would be... That would be huge.
Yeah,
and
we really haven't.
He's just like a fun guy to root for. You could see it with the crowd last night, and he was talking after the game about how the crowd feeds him. Randy's just fun, which is so funny because we always hear that he's quiet in the clubhouse, but he feels like a character when he's out there.
It's all the more reason I think he's so fascinating in his own right. He's so unique because you don't know that much about him because, to your point, he is a little bit reserved. He isn't the biggest talker when he's off the field, but he does all his talking on the field with his bat, with his electricity. And when things go right for him, when he's on the field, you see all this flash come from him. Again, the celebrations and the trident and, the big smile and the big chain he wears. Like it's all kind of an all-encompassing to the persona of Randy Arozarena. And yeah, people love him for good reason.
Yeah, I enjoy when he has big moments like that. Also, you mentioned it, but Kirby having a big game was huge for them. He seems like he's still, even though we saw a really dominant game from him, like a couple outings ago, is still kind of working on things and getting himself back in there. We mentioned how solid Woo's been the entire season about getting you at least 6 innings, but it feels like now you could really have Gilbert and Kirby coming into their like top season form, probably coming out of the All-Star break. That might be one bonus to the fact that they did get hurt.
I think this is going to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest X factor in the second half is, do George Kirby and Logan Gilbert get back to being peak George Kirby and Logan Gilbert? Because if they do, then you go 3 starters deep at the top of your rotation with guys that are pitching like number ones, with Logan, with Woo, with Kirby. You have Luis, who's been solid. You have Emerson Hancock, who for the most part has been solid. And if you get that, that's the rotation you're about hoping for. Again, we don't know what's going to happen with Bryce Miller at this point moving forward, but you get those 3 guys, Kirby and Logan especially, pitching the way that we know they can pitch, then the rotation looks a whole lot different than it's looked the first 3 months or so. And to Kirby's point, last 2 starts, he's gone 6 innings, 1 earned run, both against the Twins and now the Royals. And that looks a lot more like George Kirby. I mean, you mentioned it. He had the great start in Anaheim a few weeks ago where he punched out 14. He had 3 after that were fine. 2, I mean, the one following was okay, 5-2. Then he went 5-4, but the last 2, he's looked great. So if we're going to get the George Kirby that, maybe he feels more ramped up at this point, maybe he feels like he's really clicking at this point, yeah, that's a big difference maker. And to see him do that last night, again, it just contributes to what was an all-around really strong win, offensively, on the mound, and he played a huge role as to why.
Yeah, and that's kind of more the starting rotation that you thought you were going to have to start the season, and you can't really complain. I think most teams would take what we've gotten so far, but it's just not quite as dominant as what we've seen in the past, and I think they may be coming to that point. Well, one thing that we didn't love so much last night was that the game got a little closer than you would have liked when Trent Thornton came in. After him pitching 2 innings the night before, were you surprised to see him out there?
Yeah. Yeah, I was.
I think everybody was a little bit. But who would you have gone to in that situation?
To start that inning, I mean, probably Burgos. He hadn't thrown yet. It was a 4-run lead. You had the bottom of the Royals lineup coming up.
So I'm not too familiar with him, but he had been called up, right?
Yeah, so he's been really good down in the minors. He was throwing the ball really well in Double-A. He made a couple of appearances in what was basically a cup of coffee in Tacoma, and then the Mariners just called him up a few days ago to be the 8th guy in the bullpen, essentially. Now, he hasn't thrown yet. He hasn't made his debut yet, but once he gets into the game, he will. And I thought that was going to be the spot for it in the 8th inning because, again, bottom of the Royals lineup, you had a little bit of a cushion lead-wise, but yeah, they didn't do it. So I don't know exactly what the reasoning behind that was. The game did get a little bit close as a result. I mean, you had the bases loaded with Bobby Witt up in the 8th inning. Now, to Trent Thornton's credit, he got out of it. And despite having to throw another 25 or so pitches last night, he basically kept the lead at bay. The only thing about it was then you had to use Matt Brash, and that's what I was hoping they were going to avoid. So for a guy that has started to ramp up his usage and has started to ramp up more appearances as he started to get healthier and healthier, but when you still have to be a bit cautious with where you deploy Brash, I would have been okay if they had saved him for a game that maybe was a little bit closer, as I'm sure they're going to play some closer games on this homestand, and they may play more closer games even in the next day or two against the Royals. So yeah, if it were me, I probably would have gone to Burgos in the 8th and then potentially even thrown him again in the 9th, or you would have just gone to somebody else.
That's all right. We won't nitpick.
No, it's a good
win.
That's probably what I would have done. But yes, it was a good win. If you want to talk about
got a little tense there for a minute.
Got a little tense. I was a little nervous watching Bobby Witt up with the bases loaded. But to Trent Thornton's credit, again, he only gave up 1 run, and he, for the most part, kept the lead at check.
Yeah, that's a tough thing to do after the 2 innings he pitched the day before. So all in all, we are very happy with that Mariners victory. Next up, we're going to come back and tell you everything you need to know. You're listening to the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
We've got some breaking news.
And the next offer on the way to Cal, swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Big Dumper is in the Derby.
Goodbye, baseball.
You're going to get tossed meatballs and stuff. All you got to do is connect. You have enough power. You got a big dumper. That ball is going to travel.
What would happen if you switched Cal and Judge? Like, what if Cal was doing this for the Yankees and Judge was doing this for the Mariners? Who's the MVP then?
Hear Cal Raleigh in the Home Run Derby Monday, July 14th, right here on Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
You know what's faster than your paycheck? Literally everything. It's time to get your pay up to speed. With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors available in select states. Expedited transfer is available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and we've been talking about this. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience because the hotel opens up August 8th. Bookings are open at snocasino.com starting on August 8th. The expanded non-gaming floor, the destination spa, the big new entertainment space and convention center, new restaurants as well. They're combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com for details. Seattle's closest, now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BODY to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BODY to 321-321. That's BODY to 321-321.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health. It's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it's nice to be home if you're the Mariners. They get off the 3-series road trip. They get back to Seattle. They bring in the Royals for the first of 4 games, and they take care of business in Game 1. They win by a final score of 6-2. Randy Arozarena got the scoring started for the Mariners on what was a 2-homer day. He deposits his 100th home run of the season. That was in the bottom of the 4th.
Here's the first pitch to Randy. Swung on, a charge to center field. This is hit well. Back is Isbell. He's at the track. He's looking up, and it is gone. Randy Arozarena, number 100 in his career. He goes yard dead center. A little history for Randy, and the Mariners have tied it. It's 1-1 in the 4th.
So that was the first of 2. Randy Arozarena had himself a night. And then there was contributions up and down the lineup. Honestly, even aside from Arozarena, you can point to J.P. Crawford's 2-hit game. Cole Young has a 3-hit game. Canzone has another 2-hit game. That was pretty nice to see offensively. Arozarena certainly stole the show, but throughout the lineup, you saw guys really hitting the ball. So that was shout out to the Mariners offense. They really kind of picked it up, and on a day where you wondered, would they look a little tired? Would they be fatigued off a long road trip, playing 3 straight extra inning games in Texas? That was not the case. They hit throughout the lineup. And by the way, that Cal Raleigh guy, as we got into the 7th inning, yeah, right when you start to think to yourself, well, it's been a few days since he's hit a home run. Is he going to start to cool off a little? No, because he just hit another. He hit number 33.
2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swung on a drive, center field, Isbell back, he's at the track, he's looking up, makes a jump, it's over his glove, it is gone! Cal Raleigh has done it again! Another home run! Number 33 is in the seats! Only 2 players in Major League history have hit more home runs before the end of June than Cal Raleigh. His magical season continues. He's a walking, talking history book. It is the season of Cal Raleigh.
He really is unbelievable.
I mean, what else do you say at this point?
You say that
It's crazy.
if he hits 6 homers in the next 12 games, he'll be on the same pace that Barry Bonds was as they enter the All-Star break, which is so ridiculous to even hear, but it's true. Shout out to George Kirby. He goes 6 strong innings, only gives up 1 run. He strikes out 5. His last 2 starts have really looked sharp. Look, this is a home series that the Mariners really need. Their next month of games is going to be mighty tough. These are 2 teams with offenses that are not good. You're at home. These are games you need to take advantage of. I think a 5-2 road trip or a 5-2 homestand minimum should be the expectation here because they need to build themselves some cushion before they go out on the road for some of these games. And they got off to a good start on Monday. They got themselves off on the right foot. And then you look to Tuesday where things are going to favor them again. They see the Royals' worst starter here on Tuesday night in Michael Lorenzen. He's got a 4.9 ERA. This is certainly a game that they can capitalize on again. The Mariners will counter with Emerson Hancock.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Mariners GM Justin Hollander gave injury updates to start the homestand yesterday. He said Bryce Miller and Victor Robles are doing fine and on track to return with their original timelines, which would be mid to late July for Bryce Miller and not until at least September for Robles. But he also gave an update on Jorge Polanco dealing with some swelling in his knee.
And the only other major league update, I'm sure you guys are wondering, Polo has not played in the last 2 games. Is out of the lineup again today. He banged his knee on that play first base in Chicago. It swelled up a little bit on him later in the trip. He's been available off the bench if need be, but tried to stay away from the last couple of days. He'll be available off the bench tonight. He saw his doctor when he was in Dallas just to make sure that nothing happened with the knee, that he already had surgery on it. Dr. Cooper felt good about where he's at, so anticipate him being available. We'll go tomorrow off the bench tonight.
So good to hear that even though that is his surgically repaired knee, his doctor feels that everything is okay and that he was available off the bench. Hopefully that'll clear up soon for him.
Yeah, hopefully we see him get back in the lineup a little bit more here as we start to push forward because he's a guy that you could really use to get back into. You can't really say the April swing because that was such an absurd month that he had, but just to get back to being the Jorge Polanco that we know can play and we know can hit when he's at his best, and it's just another guy that can help lengthen the lineup a little bit. So yeah, good to see it's not major, and hopefully he gets back in the lineup here soon.
Definitely. The Mariners also announced yesterday that Harry Ford, Lazaro Montez, and Jurangelo Cincha will be playing in the 2025 Futures game in Atlanta. Their 3 players named to the AL roster is tied with the Tigers for the most of any team. The game will take place July 12th. This is Harry Ford's 3rd consecutive appearance in the game. Lazaro Montez has hit 3 home runs since being called up to Everett last week. One of those was a 475-foot bomb. And Cincha has a 4.88 ERA in 51 2/3 innings with Everett this season, throwing right and left-handed. It would be fun if we could see that in the Futures game.
I bet you we're going to see it in the Futures game. I would also say to people that hear that ERA, I wouldn't say freak out, because Jurangelo's made some appearances left-handed out of the bullpen where it's been a little bit up and down. We know the right hand is better than the left hand at this point. His ERA right-handed is more in the 2 range. So when he's been a right-handed starter, he's been dominant. So
here's the third thing you need to know.
The NFL Top 100 reveal kicked off yesterday. They're doing it like 2 at a time so far this year. So it was numbers 199. Chargers wide receiver Ladd McConkey was 100, and Seahawks defensive lineman Leonard Williams was number 99, which I think is a crime. I don't know how he got overlooked for the Pro Bowl last year, and now it seems like he's being snubbed a little bit here. But it's good that he made the list. Here's a clip of Falcons guard Chris Lindstrom and his teammate Julian Love talking about him.
He's so explosive off the ball.
Inside, Leonard Williams gets in there.
He plays with finesse, but finesse with power, and he's able to create so many plays and be very disruptive.
Going nowhere, it's Leonard Williams again.
To be year 10 and to be playing at this production clip is insane.
It is wild because usually 10 years in the league, they start talking about you being old and washed up, like you don't get a long career in the NFL, and he is at the top of his game. This list is going to keep going. Today, they're going to reveal numbers 98 and 97, and they're going to slowly get to the top 10 reveal in September. Also, shout out to Storm forward Nneka Ogumwike, who is an all-star for the 10th time, tying her for third most appearances in the WNBA. Fever guard Caitlin Clark and Minnesota Lynx forward Nafisa Collier were named captains for the event. That will take place in Indianapolis, July 19th. That's everything you need to know.
All right, let me get it exact for people because now I looked it up. Durangelo's ERA as a starter is 3.44, so it's gone up a little bit in his last couple outings, but overall, the point being he's been very, very good. Like the 5 ERA is a little bit skewed because of a couple relief outings.
Well, yeah, and the left-handed is kind of they're playing around with that right now to see how it is, right? So you can't really judge him off of that, but I think it's kind of the well, why not let him try it and see if he can build up there as well, because that would be an insane bag of tricks to have.
Yeah, and in a place like the Futures game where it's supposed to be a showcase, it's supposed to be fun, it's supposed to highlight the best prospects in all of baseball, yeah, that would be a place where let him throw a few pitches left-handed, because that's what people want to see from Durangelo.
Yeah. Well, we are running late so that we don't get yelled at by Brock. Let's get out of here. We were going to let you take a listen to Michael Bumpus and Brian Walters were filling in yesterday. They brought on their friend Ray Roberts, so we had like our own little Seahawks pregame show. We're going to let you take a listen to that, and then Brian Walters and Brock Heward will take you the rest of the way through the show starting at 7. You're listening to the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hey, Brock Heward here for my friends over at Xfinity. You know, change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same. And that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Do you know a woman who gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Stacey Rost here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations for the 4th annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman today at woiseattle.org. That's woiseattle.org.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Get ready to rock with Bret Michaels at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Thursday night, July 10th. Rock and roll rebel Bret Michaels. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Bret Michaels rocks your world July 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help, call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Rick Riz here, and it's the final month to submit your nomination for Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Pella's owners are donating $5,000 to 2 local youth sports organizations. Many local teams are in need of new equipment, field improvements, or uniforms. If you know a team who could use funding, nominate them at seattlesports.com/play. Join Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington and help our local youth thrive. Go to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a team in need right now.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
This is the Brock and Salk Show. Got a different version of it. You got me, Michael Bumpus, and my guy Brian Walters joining us or doing the show today, I should say. And on the text line now, we got the big homie, Big Ray. Ray, how we doing?
I'm chilling like a villain, dude. Trying to get the week started off to a good start. So no better way to do that than with my man Bump and Brian.
Hey, and Brian said, we got to give you some props and just show me a video of your golf swing. You downplay your swing, dog. You got a cool swing. You got a nice little swing,
Ray.
dude.
I play. It's like that whole like beginner's luck thing where you don't play for a long time and then you play and everything seems right and then you start thinking about it and then it all falls apart. That's my game.
That's the definition of golf right there.
You got a great tempo. That's my struggle. I play too much. I get real snappy at the bottom and stuff. But you look smooth, Big Ray. You look good, man.
I appreciate that, bro. I try to represent the broadcast team. I'm the lowest ranking golf player on the team, so every now and again I got to carry my weight a little bit, So when we're out there doing our thing, I got to try to do my thing every now and again.
Yeah, I want your tempo, Big Ray. That's what I'm going for. I'm just gonna watch a video of your swing over and over again and get that tempo ingrained in my mind.
Well, I appreciate that, homie.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk some football, Big Ray. Let's talk some ball, man. And my first question to you is, it has nothing to do with the Seahawks, honestly. It has to do with the Pittsburgh Steelers. You got Jalen Ramsey is going over there. You got DK Metcalf over there, and you have Aaron Rodgers. What is our group text looking like? Those are some personalities over there, Big Ray.
That is a really interesting one, man, because everybody's going to want to dominate the conversation. So it's like text on top of text on top of text, conversations all over the place. From doing our blackout cave dwelling with Aaron, and then the other two guys are just so snappy with their words and reactions to things. So it's going to be really interesting. But I do love that. The thing I think that is cool is that they all have like a deep respect for Mike Tomlin, and he doesn't seem to kind of cater to a lot of the nonsense. And so I think that maybe he can kind of extract some of the sensibilities out of these guys and get them all pointing in the right direction and not let their off the field stuff be distractions.
Hey, Big Ray, this is kind of the dead time, right, in NFL. It's very quiet. Players go everywhere. Coaches are on vacation, all that. And it's kind of time to look back and recap kind of the whole offseason program and what happened. Do you have anything that kind of sticks out to you with the Seahawks? What was your favorite move or favorite maybe event or thing that happened with the Seahawks this offseason?
Well, the thing that's interesting, Brian, is that I think they've proven it started during the season, when they made the decision to move on from the linebackers. It showed to me that they're not afraid to own their stuff, whether it's good or bad or indifferent, and they're not afraid to course correct. And so then you go into the off season, and all of a sudden you're thinking that there's going to be, probably some tension in the negotiations with Geno and DK, but you thought they'd be here. But then they had to course correct and move on without him. And I think something like that, it doesn't matter how they got to the place where they had to move on, they decided to move on. And that takes a lot of strength in your leadership. It takes a lot of strength in what you believe is possible. It takes a lot of strength in what you believe in the people that you have on the roster and the people that you can bring in. And so to me, this offseason, whether you like the moves or not, to me spoke more to the quality of the leadership of the staff that they have here, that McDonald isn't afraid to say, okay, well, that's not working. Let's keep it moving and move on to the next thing. Because sometimes you can hang on to stuff long enough that it does become toxic, and then that doesn't help anything. The other thing that I will say, and I have to give them the new staff, Kubiak, and them with some credit with the offensive line, is that they didn't panic when there were free agents available. And everyone thought that one or two guys should have been signed, and they did get signed for whatever reason. One guy didn't want to do a physical before signing and things like that. But I was one that was really critical. I thought that they probably should have found a veteran or two in free agency to bring in, but they stuck to their guns, and they believe in the guys that were here. And it looks like they drafted a good quality draft class of linemen that have some good players at the top and some developing players in the middle and down and at the bottom of it. And so I have to just tip my hat to them that they just said, we feel that we have what we need here. And so hopefully they have, a good development plan for those players. So I have to give them a little bit of credit for, just sticking to their guns and maybe doing some things that people didn't expect them to do. But in the spirit of their leadership and how they've run the team since they've gotten here, it just kind of goes with it.
Hey, Ray, I was thinking about this wide zone scheme, and I think naturally people look at the guards in the center and talk about the double teams and climb into the linebacker level. But then I started thinking about the tackles on the backside of things. Like, unless you're locked in on that DN or that wide nine or whatever, you're on the backside and you're climbing trying to get to backers and to safeties or whatnot. How do you feel like Cross and Abe Lucas will do in that scenario?
Dude, it's all about the angles. If you take proper angles, you give yourself a chance. But I've been on the backside of those stretch plays, and it is a challenge, bro.
Right, for real.
You're trying to chase down safeties and linebackers, and it's just, it's a
Julio
there, homie. You know what I'm saying? So you try to sometimes just get in the way. And, sometimes the backside linebacker, if he's playing like outside the tackle box and things like that, you have a good angle. But a lot of times they're already like a gap in front of you. So you're having to take really flat angles to get to a place where you can, get to a cutoff on the backside. A lot of times you're just trying to occupy them long enough that if the running back, makes a break into the open field, that maybe they're in the chase position versus being in a position to make the tackle before they get going. But I can remember going to the sideline of games during games, and we're just running to the right. Most teams are heavy right-handed in the run game. And so I pick up the phone and I go, our offensive coordinator was Sly Crooms, and I go, Sly, like, man, I really want to play today, but I'm just out here chasing these little dudes. Like, that's not what I get paid to do. Can we get at least one run to the left side? Like, I need to hit somebody's face mask. I'm like, I'm just chasing the backs of I'm just chasing names, because all I can see is the names on the back of the jersey. And so, but yeah, like I think it's, to me, like, the backside of the wide zone for the tackle isn't as important as, like, the backside of, like, between the tackles, because you can cut that all the way back. More than likely, you're not going to take the wide zone and totally reverse field and come all the way back to the backside that way. So there's either going to be a gap in the front side that you're just hitting that hole and you're gone for how many ever yards, but there's not a whole lot of cutback into that unless the defense is really flowing really quickly to the outside. Then it's almost not even a cutback. You just kind of roll into an open space that becomes available because of the horizontal line movement.
Big Ray, with this scheme, with the wide zone, which running back do you think benefits most from it? Do you think it's more of a canine kind of scheme, or is Zach Charbonnet, could he thrive or this, or even to go deeper, like, which running back would you rather block for in this scheme?
Well, I'd block for any of them, but if I could get back out there right now, Brian, I would not be complaining about who I'm blocking for. This dude's making lots of money. No, I would say, honestly, for me, like, there's maybe like a combination between Charbonnet and the young guy, because I just need K9 to be a little more patient in his willingness to just reverse field. It's one thing when you put your foot in the ground and you make a cut, and it's a definite cut. I'm cutting it back to the backside B gap. It's a different thing when you totally come to a stop, reverse field, and you're trying to get all the way back to the outside on the opposite side. That's really hard to do, and that's either you're either gonna get a home run or you're gonna lose 5 or 10 yards, or you're gonna lose yards and put yourself in a bad situation. So his style, I don't want to say it's undisciplined because it's his style, but his style to me needs more patience and structure to it, in a way that you have to allow things to happen. You got to be quick but not in a hurry. You can't, that type of thing. So if they can corral that in him, then to me he's probably the best guy, because he's quick, he's fast, he can make people miss, even when he running through the A gap or whatever it is. And so he has that home run ability. But just as far as like just me going, man, like these are the dudes I think that might be more consistent in it. I think McIntosh and Charbonnet, for me, at the beginning, are those dudes.
Hey, Big Ray, one of the questions I get asked often when talking about the Seahawks out in the public, people are like, how's Sam Darnold? What's his leadership like? And Big Ray, I've been out there for some practices, and he doesn't seem like the leader that just pops out. Like, even with Geno, you felt him out there. With Russell, you felt him out there. With Sam, it kind of like he blends in. But then you hear about the way the players talk about him, and it's glowing, right? They love him. They love his leadership. Have you ever dealt with a quarterback that kind of maneuvered that way, and do you feel like he can still have success if he's not that vocal type of guy?
Well, yeah, I think he can have, because there's different ways to lead. Like, not every leader has to be the loudest voice in the room. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, those dudes that are doing the most talking are not the leaders. They're not the people that are being listened to, that move people, that get people to motivated or inspired or whatever. So I think you have to be able to embrace different leadership styles, because there's no one style that does it, that kind of gets it going. You have to be authentic to who you are, and you have to like roll the way that you roll. That if you can establish your leadership that way, that's the best kind. Because otherwise, you're trying to be someone that you're not. So if he's not the vocal type, if he's not the dude that's going to get up in front of the room and speak and do all that kind of stuff, then that's fine. But he's doing it in his own way. So he may sit down and have conversations with people. He may go out to dinner with the defensive backs. He may have the offensive line over, those types of things. And so he doesn't have to be so loud and vocal to do that. I think today leadership in our country is just such a distorted idea of what it is, because you have to feel like you have to always be the biggest, loudest voice in the room, and that's just not always the case. And I hopefully that's what you're hearing from these guys, is that he's more of a for the lack of a better phrase, he's in more intimate situations where he's having to sit down with some guys, or he's hanging out with some dudes, or he's having a conversation with one or two guys here or there, having conversation with the receivers or the running backs or the defensive backs, that kind of stuff. I tended to be a dude that wasn't afraid to be in front of the room. And so when I was in Detroit, Barry was our unquestioned leader, but Barry didn't say a whole lot. And so I would just go, hey, I start every meeting with, this is what Barry wanted me to tell y'all. And because in his whether he said it or not, his words carried more weight than mine. And so, but he wasn't the one that was going to stand up in front of the room and say it. And so we just kind of played it that way. And so, but if the team is responding, that's the most important thing.
Big Ray, man, he always drops those Barry Sanders references, and it just it makes me laugh, makes me smile. My favorite athlete of all time, right there. But it's so good. Hey, Big Ray, going into training camp, got a few new rookie offensive linemen. You got the first rounder, Gray Zabel, but let's go to these other two, Bryce Cable-Dew and Mason Richmond. Which one of those guys maybe have you seen could have the biggest impact this season, or maybe challenge for a spot, a backup role, or whatever? Which one do you think we'll know more of at the end of the year?
You know what? I can't say that I would. I'm just going off of when I just scouted what I saw on the film. It's hard to come to camp when they're not really doing anything to have any type of an opinion from what you're saying in mini camps and things for offensive linemen. But I think with the two of those guys, I do feel that between all of those kind of interior linemen that they brought in and that they have currently, that there's going to be added competition at that center spot, and then added competition at that right guard spot. Because I know that Haynes and Bradford are probably the leading candidates for that spot. But these other two dudes, the things I like about them is just they're the quiet. I call them silent but violent dudes. They don't say a whole lot. They might not even hurt the grass when they're walking around. They're just kind of easy going with it. You know what I'm saying? But they're very tough, physical, and athletic enough. There may be some times where athletically I think both of them may have some challenges. But the thing that I love above that is that their willingness to not be afraid. And to me, I played with a guy, Mike Compton, in Detroit. Not the most athletic dude, but the dude that was always ready for the fight. Never afraid of anybody. If he had to take on Warren Sapp by himself, good. If he had to take on John Randall by himself, I got it. He just wasn't afraid. And so, to me, those are the types of players that these two guys are. They're just real tough, hard-nosed football players that may be limited at sometimes athletically, but physically and just mentally toughness, to me, is where it's going to be. So it's too early for me to try to say what their contribution is going to be, because I need to see them with at least shoulder pads on. I just can't make a assertion based on what I see them running around in shorts and T-shirts.
Ray, you be hitting me with some nuggets, some sayings. He wouldn't hurt the grass. That's a good one, bro. That is a good one. He wouldn't hurt the grass.
We had a dude in Detroit we called Tip, and because it felt like he was tiptoeing all the time. It's dude, the grass is gonna be okay, bro. And so we just called him Tip for short.
Oh, I like it. Hey, what do you think about the rotation we're seeing at the center spot? Olu got some reps. Haynes even got some reps. Sundell got some reps. I know you're an Olu guy. Do you feel like this is good, like the competition is good, or do you think that they should just roll with one guy and let him sink or swim?
No, I think the competition is good because no one has proven themselves. Olu is a solid football player, But, he has weaknesses too. I think he's a guy that is very knowledgeable. He's going to always have you in the right place. He's probably not going to forget the snap count. He's going to make all the calls, probably not have bad assignments, missed assignments and things, but he does lack a little of explosion off the ball. And so, when you're trying to work those double teams or he's getting manned up, if they cover the two guards in the center and he has a one-on-one block, driving guys off the ball, but then also being quick and athletic enough to maneuver in the pass game. We saw, I think it was maybe the Rams game late in the game where he got singled up in a one-on-one pass rush and the guy put a couple moves on him and he didn't quite respond to it well enough. And then Geno threw the interception to the right side where it looked like DK may have run the route or didn't run the route or whatever it was. But he got early pressure from the guy that was rushing over Olu. So there's a lot to still improve there. And then these other guys have shown that they have some explosion, they have some athleticism and those types of things. So then you got to harness that into being, understand the assignment, being able to lead the team, being able to make the calls, be able to get the snap count, all those kinds of things. And one thing I thought was interesting about Olu down the stretch last year was when Grubb said that when they put Olu in the game, that he was a calming force along the offensive line. So that says something too, because that means that he's communicating with guys and getting them in a place where they feel like they know what they're doing. So, but anytime you have competition, I think it's great because either you're going to rise to it or you're going to fall to it. And then hopefully they get a couple really good centers out of it because we've seen over the last couple of years, that's a spot where at least 2 or 3 games are going to be missed because of injury.
Big Ray, I got to ask you this before we let you go.
Yeah.
This could be a long-winded one, I'm not sure, but give me your best Barry Sanders story. You played with him. I can't get enough Barry Sanders. What you got a good Barry Sanders story for us?
Man, I have some good ones that I probably can't share though. But no, I would say there's 2 things. One is that we used to do these warm-ups, and they were like these dynamic warm-ups, and so you had to. Sometimes it's almost like you're out there dancing some of the things that we're doing. And so you think if anybody on the team who can, move their hips the way Barry does, that these warm-ups would be no problem for Barry. Well, then you would look over and you'd go oh my gosh, did Will Ferrell take over Barry Sanders' body? He just could not roll his hips, standing there. You're just man, really, Barry? You're struggling with this? It was just the weirdest looking thing to see how sometimes stiff he was trying to do it, but then you had him the football and his body became Mr. Stretch a lot or whatever. He could do anything. But then the other thing was that as great as Barry was, a lot of people didn't really, because he's so naturally gifted and talented, people didn't really give him credit for the work that he put in. This dude worked hard at what he did. He worked hard in the weight room. He would stay after practice and do extra reps, extra sprints, even on our Fridays, which we called hat days. You're just wearing a baseball cap to practice. And then we had food and stuff afterwards and massages and all this other kind of things. Everyone couldn't wait to get to the locker room. You turn around and Barry was running sprints from the back of the end zone to the back of the end zone, on a Friday practice. And nobody else was doing that type of stuff, And so Barry Sanders was an extremely hard worker, even though it looks like you just give him the ball and get out of the way. There's method to his madness, and there was a real grind to his success. It wasn't just all natural, God-given ability. The dude worked extremely hard.
Well, Big Ray, we always love having you on. Love your Barry Sanders stories, and I can't wait to have a beer with you. And you tell me the ones you can't tell on the airways.
Count me in on that, Big Ray.
And I'll show you some of the moves that he was trying. When I show you, you're gonna go man, he could not do that. You watch, and you're gonna die laughing. I promise you.
We appreciate you, big homie. Take care.
Yes, sir. You guys have a good one.
All right, that was Ray Roberts on with Brian Walters and Michael Bumpus yesterday. Today we have Brian Walters and Brock Heward coming up the rest of the show for you. We have our usual check-in with Jeff Passan at 8:30, and Brock has plenty of wedding stories for us. So stay tuned. This is the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
We've got some breaking news.
And the next offer on the way to Cal, swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Big Dumper is in the Derby.
Goodbye, baseball.
You're going to get tossed meatballs and stuff. All you got to do is connect. You have enough power. You got a big dumper. That ball is going to travel.
What would happen if you switched Cal and Judge? Like, what if Cal was doing this for the Yankees and Judge was doing this for the Mariners? Who's the MVP then?
Hear Cal Raleigh in the Home Run Derby Monday, July 14th, right here on Seattle Sports.
You're listening to Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. This hour is brought to you by Fred Meyer Pharmacy, with a special message for Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. Your neighborhood Fred Meyer Pharmacy is happy to welcome back Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at fredmeyer.com/pay or update. See your Fred Meyer Pharmacy for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hold up a sec. If I work today, why should I have to wait 2 weeks to get my money? With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors available in select states. Expedited transfer is available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
When the heat's in 11, cool AC would be heaven. Dayandnight.net. Beat the rush. Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer. Dayandnight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave, keep your house cool and safe.
Dayandnight.net.
Make sure your AC will keep you cool this summer. Save $50 on a pre-summer AC tune-up. Or for a new system, get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Call for details.
Dayandnight.net.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Well, half that combination is back in the house. Yours truly is here. Brian Walters continues to sit in. Just yeoman's work, Brian. Yeoman's work, stepping up. Good morning, buddy.
Just
July
filling in.
1st. Yeah, happy July 1st to you.
Hey, I appreciate it. You guys are at weddings, vacation, and just call me in, Brock, anytime. I'm here for you.
This is one of those moments in life, Brian, that I wish, I feel like at times, Salk and I have been doing this like 16 and a half years, so I've been doing it a long time. He left on a sabbatical, and then he came back, and then I left for like 6-8 months. We just did a podcast and came back. So it's been off and on a little bit, but this is like one of those moments I would love to have like a captive audience like I did on my Father the Bride toast the other night, when I got to just look around this room and this barn at all these amazing faces. And this is one of those moments that I would love to have like an auditorium of, I don't know, the 15 or 16 listeners we have. And just by a show of hands, like, do you want to talk about Cal Raleigh? Or do you want to talk about the wedding? Do you want to talk about Salk's dance moves? Do you want to talk about my crying?
Lyle and I were talking in the 6 a.m. hour, like with your post that you have weeks of content. And I was like, I think Brock might be thinking this is like the royal wedding of Seattle.
Maura, we have, let me just tell you.
The Prince of Puyallup's daughter got me.
Maura, let me just tell you, we have weeks of content.
I don't know about weeks.
Salk took a lot of notes every time I'm looking
Someone
over.
texted in yesterday and said, if you want to talk about this for weeks, it better be a hangover level story.
Well, we're going to do a little Jeopardy in half an hour, and I've got about 5 little topics. There was a hangover situation. They lost Brady. They lost one of the twins. One of the groomsmen was purely lost. They had no idea what happened to Brady. So that amongst a bunch of other things. So we'll do, if you're kind of anxious to hear some of the wedding stories, and it was, man, was it eventful. We'll get to some of that here in about 30 minutes or so. But I purposely wore this sweatshirt this morning because I know you were a Juanita Rebel back in the day.
I was.
Were you a Rebel back? They changed the name, right?
Yeah, they changed it to the Ravens recently, but I was a Rebel. Proud of that.
And you grew up, and what are you, 37 now? Is that right?
37. Yes,
37.
yes, sir.
So you grew up, you're a little younger than me, but you had to have an eye a little bit on Ken Griffey Jr. growing up, didn't you?
Of course. Absolutely. That whole team, that's what got me going with the Mariners. That's why I always tell people that it sounds crazy to people, but the Mariners are my favorite sports team out of anybody. And don't tell the Seahawks I said that.
Sure.
But that's just growing up, the nostalgic of it, having them on all summer, just in the backyard, on the TV all the time. You just grow up and you just watch them and you end up loving them, and they were some good teams too. So
try and emulate Griffey's swing,
always.
Right? His little wiggle. Listen to Dave Niehaus.
Yep.
The 90s when they turned with Buhner and Edgar and A-Rod, and it was, I tell people this. I mean, obviously you see the 12s everywhere. You were a part of the Seahawks in the heyday when it just took over the whole Puget Sound, the Northwest, everything. But in the 90s, the early 2000s, when I was a Seahawk, Brian, and we played while then CenturyLink Field was being built and we played back in Husky Stadium, the Seahawks were not the story in town. It was the Mariners. And Griffey was a big part of that. And I'm really curious. About a month ago, I said, man, I don't want to put this on Cal Raleigh, but I am starting for the first time to feel Ken Griffey Jr. vibes as far as this guy doing things that nobody else in the sport is doing. Julio's had his moments. Julio's had a month here and a month there where his ceiling is superhuman, where you were like a little bit like Nelson Cruz did for a couple weeks, where you're just like, man, this guy is unbelievable. But this has now been March, April, May, June. they put that graphic last night when he hit home run number 33 by June 30th. It was him and Griffey and 2 Reuters, McGuire and Bonds. So when it came to pure guys, it was Griffey and Cal are the only ones to do that. And he's putting himself, and it's feeling to me like those feelings of Griffey, like, man, this guy is just the best player in the world.
I 100% agree with that. And the thing I also compare it to, and I know you mentioned the roids and all that, but you remember when Mark McGuire was making his home run chase, however many years ago that was, and every at-bat was on TV. You kind of stopped everything you were doing just to watch his at-bat, and you had the feeling that he was going to hit a home run every single at-bat. And that's the feeling. When Cal Raleigh's up, you tune it on, you pay attention, and you think, all right, here we go. This is going to be number 33, and then he gets it. This is
give me in fact cut number 3 there, if you wouldn't mind, Maura or Lyle. This was in the 7th, and to your point, MLB Network, my buddy Adnan Verk, they did a live little look in. They wanted to see Cal Raleigh. He was sitting there at 32 home runs, and you know what? From the right side this time around, well, he did get number 33 last night.
2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swung on a drive, center field, Isbell back, he's at the track, he's looking up, makes a jump, it's over his glove, it is gone! Cal Raleigh has done it again! Another home run! Number 33 is in the seats! Only 2 players in Major League history have hit more home runs before the end of June than Cal Raleigh. His magical season continues. He's a walking, talking history book. It is the season of Cal Raleigh.
Dang, Gary Hill bringing it right there. Good job, G. Hill, on that call last night.
How about that? And then on that, when was the last time Seattle you heard a stadium erupting with MVP chants? You haven't had that kind of player in any sport in so long. Since Griffey, or maybe was there MVP chance when Sean Alexander was making the run?
Yeah, maybe a little bit for Sean. I think that's fair. Yeah. And yeah, it was just he's just starting to now he'll never be the kid. He'll never have that smile. He'll never play center field and run around and jump over walls and jump into walls and do those things. Because he does all of the dirty work behind the plate, right? I mean, he is doing everything as well as kind of like an offensive guard / center, right? Just that those catchers do so many thankless things, and they're not front and center chasing things down. He can throw people out. He calls a great game, but a lot of that just kind of goes unnoticed. But, man, time and again, Salky and I are jumping on these airwaves. He had clamored for stars. We need stars. DK Metcalf was a star. DK Metcalf had national star power when primetime games were on. DK Metcalf was at times bigger than life, right? He's built like a monument. And when he leaves and he departs, and you kind of look at the Seahawks roster and you're like, a lot of great players. I mean, a lot of great players. We'll get to one of them who cracked the top 100 list here. Need to know in just a second. A lot of great players, but stars. Look at this Mariner roster. A lot of great pitchers, a lot of all-star caliber pitchers, but stars. Where is the star going to come from? Well, the star is very clearly Cal Raleigh, and he's putting on a show that very few in the history of this sport have ever done, especially Brian at his position.
And there's a big difference between when I grew up, I would always check the paper. You know, we always got papers delivered to the front, and you'd always look at the stats. Where they stand in the national rankings.
Did your PE teacher have it in his office too?
Absolutely, absolutely. But you always wanted to see Mariners up in those stats. You know, where are they leading in RBIs? Where are they in home runs? And you always saw Griffey's name. That was the only name you really ever saw. Edgar in average, you'd see that up there at the top. But you'd see these guys for the past however many years of the Mariners, you'd never see anyone leading any of these. Ichiro probably with hits, you know, when they used to have all those stat lines. And now you get Cal Raleigh leading with home runs against guys like Shohei Ohtani, against Aaron Judge, the big names that are the face of baseball right now. And you're putting Cal Raleigh with those guys. And you know what? I got to say this. To compare him again with Ken Griffey Jr., the thing that they both have in common, they both have great nicknames. The kid and the big dumper. I mean, you got. Is that something?
Say with confidence. Say with confidence. You kind of chuckled before you did. You can't do that.
Chuckle. I love it.
Yeah, don't chuckle. Don't chuckle.
They do this to me too. Just so you know.
I actually don't know if I've ever said it out loud like that. So I do need to start saying it with confidence.
Yeah, say it loud and proud.
But it's so good. Does Jared Kelenic get royalties from that, from coming up with that nickname?
That's a good question. Anybody get royalties for Legion of Boom?
He's kind of struggling right now, so we should give him at least credit for that.
Got to give him a little credit for that. So shout out Cal,
Ken, the kid, the big dumper. You're absolutely right. And Lyle, looking at you like newspapers. You used to grow up and do what? You used to look at RBIs and home runs. Now we're looking at WRC plus, OPS plus. What are we talking about here? What are we even talking about, right, Lyle? Good morning, Lyle. How are you, buddy?
Oh, we're good. Believe it or not, I used to actually read the stats in the paper, I should say.
Good. Well, good for you. Well, that is Brian Walters on the other end. He's filling in for Salk. You'll be here tomorrow. I'm hoping to get Salk back on Thursday so he can share his perspective on things. It was quite a week, man. It was quite a weekend. There were some really funny stories. Salk, honestly, and his whole family was such a blast for me to have at the wedding, as were a bunch of friends, people you know as well, Brian, that you've crossed paths with. They made their way to Kalispell to celebrate my son-in-law, Dylan, and my beautiful Haley, who's now not a Hewitt anymore, but a Smith. So we'll get some of that fun at 7:30. Everything you need to know, though, right around the corner. As Brian's in for Salk, it's Brock and Salk right here on Seattle Sports.
Fourth down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What do you like about the young talent on the Seahawks roster?
There are some foundational pieces. And then this year, right, you're expecting Gray's Able to start. You're expecting Emma Ward to start. Elijah Arroyo is a guy, a silent sleeper that people are talking about. You got Robbie, the fullback over there. I just looked at the last 3 or 4 drafts, and there are a lot of starters on the football field.
Fourth down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Introducing frequent flights between Boeing Field and a private terminal at Portland Airport. Seaport Airlines is transforming travel with convenience, comfort, and free parking just steps from your plane. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
I started Davis Law Group in 1994 to fight for the underdog. And as our team has grown, we've stayed true to that mission. Today, Davis Law Group is known for providing excellent service and even better results. Visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com to get your free book on car accident law.
Hey everybody, it's Bob Stelton here. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for refractive lens exchange. Now, if you're somebody like me who struggled with distance vision, maybe you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution like it was for me. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. K2 Vision RLE is quick, painless, and I am seeing great now without glasses or readers. I can actually read restaurant menus. I can read the receipts when they show up. I can read text on my phone. It's amazing. RLE is an absolute game changer. I'm so excited to spend my good active years not needing reading glasses. K2 Vision RLE gave me great vision that's permanent. The doctors at K2 Vision have performed over 150,000 lens procedures, so they know when RLE is right for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it.
Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, what you need to know is after a grueling 10-game, 10-day road trip, the Mariners went 6-4 and had a weekend, Brian. It's the first time in 10 years in baseball that every game in a 3-game set went to extra innings, and the Mariners found a way to win 2 or 3 of those. Kind of curious to see what kind of juice they'd have when they came back. It was pretty good last night. But before any of the actual play, Justin Hollander, and I love it, he has this little index card with all his updates, with all his injuries. Gave a little update on both Bryce Miller, Jorge Polanco as well. Here's the Mariners GM.
And the only other major league update, I'm sure you guys are wondering, Cole has not played in the last 2 games. Is out of lineup again today. He banged his knee on that play first base in Chicago. It swelled up a little bit on him later in the trip. He's been available off the bench if need be, but tried to stay away from the last couple of days. He'll be available off the bench tonight. He saw his doctor when he was in Dallas just to make sure that nothing happened with the knee that already had surgery on it. Dr. Cooper felt good about where he's at, so anticipate him being available. We'll go tomorrow off the bench tonight.
Yep, didn't see him last night, didn't need him. Mid to late July for Miller still. Robles looks like he will be September, but as for last night, it was not only Cal Raleigh hit number 33, pretty cool milestone for Randy Arozarena with this shot. Man, right center field was blowing up last night, including this big bomb.
Here's the first pitch to Randy. Swung on, a charge to center field. This is hit well. Back is Isbell. He's at the track. He's looking up, and it is gone. Randy Arozarena, number 100 in his career. He goes yard, dead center. A little history for Randy, and the Mariners have tied it. It's 1-1 in the 4th.
Yeah, that was cool. That was the first, and then the 3-run blast was really the difference, as George Kirby was just nails last night. Absolute nails, Mr. Walters.
Yeah, it was fun to see Randy Arozarena come alive a little bit, and good news for the injury front. It's always a big thing. Last year, I felt like they avoided these injuries a lot, especially with the starting pitching. But see Bryce Miller starting to to ramp it up. He's getting some bullpen progression now. That's good. And something I learned yesterday, actually talking to a good buddy of mine. And I never really thought about this. You have to go very slow with the starting pitchers because you have to build innings up. And it's just something that never clicked. But some of these, when relievers get hurt, you don't have to rehab as long. And it just, I don't know how obvious that actually is now that I think about it, but I never really thought about it. So they're going to be very patient with Bryce Miller. And also, if you bring a starting pitcher back too early, you put too much pressure on your bullpen if he can't go 5, 6, 7 innings on you. So a lot of strategy in that.
Yeah, and a lot of question last night because George's pitch count was like at 84. You heard Goldie and Gary and those guys and Rick talking about, man, after as much as the bullpen was taxed over the weekend down in Texas, but they had a very clear line. Like, nope, George is still in build-back mode. As amazing as he was, as dominant as he was, we're going to look at this long marathon of a season. Yeah, there's individual battles to win, but you got to win the marathon as well.
Did you see that the Rangers went extra innings one more time? Again,
for sure.
4 in a row. Crazy.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Pretty cool. Mariners, we know how good that farm system is, Brian. Talked about and heralded a bunch. In fact, Jeff Passan, who will join us here in a little over an hour, has raved about these guys all season long. And, well, 3 of them are going to get to take part in that All-Star game down in Atlanta in the Futures game. How about this? Lyle, is this unique and uncommon? Harry Ford's going to play in his third Futures game?
Does feel like a lot.
Third straight, by the way. Former first-round pick and kind of get the first one and obviously produce. And he's been playing unbelievable ball. I think he's got an OPS now over 1,000 on the season, so you get it. But if you're Harry Ford, you're like, can I please get my chance at some point? How many times do I got to play in this Futures game? He'll be joined by Laz Montez, who leads all minor leaguers with over 20 bombs between High Everett and has just continued that stretch into Arkansas. And then the righty-lefty, Durangelo. The righty-lefty. One of the coolest moments, Brian, down at spring training. Lyle, Mora, Salk, and I all watched him pitch. And I think all of us, all mouth agape, like, how is that possible? How is that possible for him to look exactly the same almost from the right and the left? And, just putting on quite a show, and he'll be part of the Futures game as well.
And I know that was a big reason he loved coming to the Mariners as well, because they're actually letting him keep throwing switch pitching.
That's right.
So a lot of teams thought he was a better right-handed pitcher and that he could thrive being a righty, but the Mariners are allowing him to do it both ways, and I love that. I mean, this is so cool. He makes it to the show. This is almost rivals kind of the Shohei being a pitcher and hitter kind of thing, but a switch pitcher, I don't know how he does. I can't even fathom throwing anything with my left arm.
Text will let me know if I'm wrong on this, 866-979-3776. But even before, maybe right around when you were born, Brian, George Malauulu was a right-handed and left-handed QB for the Arizona Wildcats back in the day. How about that? I remember watching him throw, and he would spin footballs at the same time with his right and left. Don't see that very much, and certainly don't see guys like Durangelo, who will find himself in the Futures game as well.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Now we're getting to it. We are getting, with the calendar turning to July 1st, we're getting to list season. We are getting to list season, and we are getting to kind of the first big boy of list season is the NFL and its marketing machine. And even though the league is largely at a break, although we'll get to some of the trade news yesterday, the top 100 players, they go week by week by weekly and all the way up to training camp. Leonard Williams, the first one, number 99, matching that jersey number. I love this sound from one of his opponents. That is the one thing I like about this list in particular, are the little 3-minute bios they do and hearing from some of the peers. This is, I think, Mr. Lindstrom from Atlanta talking about trying to block the big cat.
He's so explosive off the ball.
Inside, Leonard Williams gets in there.
He plays with finesse, but finesse with power, and he's able to create so many plays and be very disruptive.
Going nowhere, it's Leonard Williams again.
To be year 10 and to be playing at this production clip is insane.
99 feel a little low, though. 11 sacks, 16.5 tackles for loss. We had conversation about him being kind of in the running for maybe Defensive Player of the Year, or at least in a season where you didn't see these eye-popping sack numbers around the league, that he would kind of put himself near. 99 feel a little low to you, too?
I was going through last year's rankings and looking at 2024 or 2023 rankings, I guess, at the time. Is that what it would have been? And there was about 9 defensive tackles in the entire ranking, which to me seemed like a lot in a good way. And so I'm looking at this and I'm going, are there 8 defensive tackles that are going to be put ahead of Leonard Williams? And you can't find him. I mean, you might look at Dexter Lawrence. Yeah, he's going to be up there. You might look at Chris Jones, who's kind of a DN tackle hybrid kind of guy. I mean, maybe Cam Hayward, maybe, but if guys like Jalen Carter and kind of guys like that get put ahead of him, I'm going to be baffled. And I will lose a little bit of respect in this top 100 ranking because Leonard Williams was a NFC Defensive Player of the Month in December, and he single-handedly won the Seahawks, the Jets game when you look at it. So I think this is way too low for Leonard Williams and the type of numbers that he actually put up as a defensive tackle.
I would tend to co-sign on all of that. That is Brian Walter sitting in for Salky today. On Tuesdays, every Tuesday during the baseball season, Jeff Passan joins us. I just don't know how much more to ask about Cal and what kind of context and what kind of history, but he'll have an answer. He will dig into that and so much more an hour from now. I do have about 5 little kind of Jeopardy-like kind of things that happened in Kalispell, Montana over the last 6 or 7 days. Something about the grandmas, something about getting lost, something about maybe even Cupid doing his thing. We'll talk all things wedding, have a little fun with Brian Walters next right here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
The one, the only Tim Kirkchin is with us. How are you, sir?
Well, I'm just as confused as you are about the Mariners, if they're going to get really good or not.
Is it hard to understand where their needs truly are as we approach that trade deadline?
This team is due for a great stretch of great starting pitching. If they can score a few runs, maybe they can really make a playoff berth in the American League.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan from Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. We've been fortunate to work with over 4,000 local people and help them hit some pretty amazing weight loss goals. I'm joined by 2 of them right now, Mike Salk and Ryan Rowland-Smith. Ryan, every time I see you on TV, I'm even more proud of all you've accomplished on the plan.
I'm so happy. For years, I've been trying to find a consistent plan that delivered results with my busy family and work schedule. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic not only delivered, but it was an absolute breeze. It was so enjoyable because the plan wasn't hard. I was able to eat delicious food, and I literally lost weight every single day.
Eastside Weight Loss Clinic works so well for me. I'm happy to hear more people are using it to lose weight and prioritize their health as well. It's an awesome plan. Schedule a free 15-minute consultation today. Go to eastsideweightlossklinic.com.
No surgery, no exercise, no packaged meals, no drugs or injections. Just delicious food and a plan that works. Schedule a free 15-minute consultation today at eastsideweightlossklinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Wait, if I work today, why should I have to wait 2 weeks to get my money? With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit Earnin.com for full details.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss,
loss, mood, and even ED. And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Maura Dooley here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at woiseattle.org.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Dave Wyman joined by a very special guest, Dr. Daniel Landis. He's on the Swedish CyberKnife team treating prostate cancer and accepting new patients. Dr. Landis, what could patients expect during CyberKnife treatment?
So the CyberKnife treatment's an outpatient procedure. Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out. You essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
That's incredible. Where are your patients from?
We see patients from all over, patients from out of state, Alaska, Idaho, from all over the world, honestly, since it's such a short treatment.
How can someone get a hold of you?
Yeah, I would encourage patients to reach out to us directly. We'd be happy to schedule a consultation.
Thank you, Dr. Landis and the team at Swedish CyberKnife for the wonderful work they do. And remember, you don't need a physician's referral. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. That's swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, June was quite an eventful month, Mr. Walters. I'm not going to lie to you. It felt a little bit like, remember when you would get to training camp and you would look at the schedule and like the itinerary for the next 3 to 4 weeks of your life, where like every minute of every day is pretty much accounted for, and you just kind of count down the days, and you know that every day, especially back in the old days, training camp now maybe not quite as difficult as it used to be with two-a-days and pads and all of those things. But the month of June was pretty crazy for yours truly, from the finishing up my UFL games to driving to Kansas State for a football camp with Titus, driving to Nebraska for a football camp, flying in and out of Moscow, about 1 million runs for the wedding, ultimately driving up for the wedding. It's not just a one-day event, Brian, not with my wife. Oh, no, Thursday night get-together, Friday night bachelorette's luncheon, Friday night rehearsal dinner, Saturday all-day wedding, just an absolute extraordinary time. But yours truly then got into the cargo van, the 25-year-old cargo van of my neighbor. Thank God for that thing. And drove the 16 hours back home. Molly flew home, and when I called her yesterday morning at 10:30, was still asleep. Like for the first time, I don't think she's ever slept in until 10:30 in the last 25 years of marriage. But this wedding just totally emptied the tank. And let me give you 3 or 4. I know when Salky comes back, he took all sorts of notes, and he was like, "Oh, this is going to be pretty good," as he had an eyewitness account to everything. But I thought maybe we could play a little Jeopardy. I don't know, Lyle, if you got a little Jeopardy. I sent you some topics there last night, Brian. Your choice. For which category you want to get to. And
I love this. I love it. A little Alex
blanks.
Trebek impression here and see what we got. We're going to start easy on you, though, Brock. We're going to go the $200 question. Grandmas for $200.
Yeah, grandmas for $200. Was very curious to see if Gigi and Peg, Grandma Peg and Carol, my mother-in-law, were going to make it till 11. And in fact, the night before the rehearsal, Molly said to her mom, "Hey, it's going to be a long day tomorrow. Right, we start at 3:30, and we're going to go to 11." And she was like, "To 11? We're not going to see 11." And Grandma Peg, in much the same vein as Grandpa Mike, like 11. We're not seeing 11. Well, 11 o'clock when the barn shut down, guess what those grandmas were doing? Those grandmas were right in the mix and wanted no part of the evening to shut down at all. The shirts were off of many of the groomsmen at that point. They put the vest back over the top.
Okay, you can't just transition from grandmas to the shirts were off.
I'm just saying the shirts were off. The vests were on. Not my shirt. I never took my shirt off, but the boys had their vests. And at one point, some of the shirts came off, the vest came on, and I think the grandmas didn't want the party to end, just like nobody else wanted the party to end. So, yeah, Gigi, Grandma Peg, 11 o'clock. Just like Molly saw 10:30 for the first time in a while. I don't know the last time at a party and event the grandmas saw 11 o'clock, but they were right in the mix.
Grandma's rocking the dance floor.
Oh, they were rocking.
I love it. The key to this is espresso martinis, I think. Keeps people up, keeps people dancing.
You know what we did, and I understand you got engaged, so maybe you'll be planning a wedding here over the next year.
Already started, Brock.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
What we ended up doing in that regard is Haley had a signature drink, Dylan had a signature drink. And then Coors Light, obviously, for all the Montana boys, and some wine for the more established folks. But yeah, just signature drinks. That's kind of the thing that people are doing now. So I think a Huckleberry Margarita, and then a Huckleberry Mule. Huckleberry season up in Northwest Montana. So there you go. Okay.
All right, moving on. Next question here. And this one I'm excited about more so because I was hosting with Salk on Thursday, and he ended the show, loaded up his car, and started the road trip out there. He was fired up. He was so excited to get out there to the wedding. So here we go. We got Salks for $400.
Salks for $400. The wedding, I can honestly say this. The wedding and the reception would not have been complete without them there. He and Heather and Avery and Cecily were so into it. So much fun. I sent you all a video last night, about 9 seconds of Salky just dancing. He looked good. He went light suit. So a lot of weddings, you kind of have a little dark suit, but in Montana, we had a little shower about an hour before the whole event. Then the sun came out, but man, he looked good. He felt good. And as I don't know, about 100 different people said to me, they're like, if we could get this Salk on the radio, this warm, friendly, engaging, may I say warm, very, very warm and fun, and an absolute blast. His girls danced all night. Heather had a great time. So would not have been complete without the Salks, and Mike was all over it.
That is great.
What table did you end up putting him at? Because that was the whole thing.
Yeah, so he sat at a good table. He was with Uncle Luke, Aunt Dolly, Damon and Julie, I believe, as well. Like I don't want to steal his thunder. As I said, Maura, you don't think we have weeks of content between Luke and the Hewards and
Brock, so
me.
far your grandma story was that the grandma stayed up late.
Maura, take it down a notch. Volume control, Maura.
I'm
Volume
still questioning
control.
weeks worth of all right.
Yeah,
stories better get crazier.
Huh?
You sit back and wait. All right, next.
Okay, how about that? Hey, what was the dress code to the wedding, actually? I'm curious, hearing about the light suit Salk was wearing.
Yeah, it was, I believe, that's a great question. I should know the details to that because there was a lot of consternation. Yeah. Molly got more texts and concerns and calls about what does this wardrobe mean than anything else. But you had the whole gamut. You had cowboys there and jeans and polos, and then, you had suits, everything in between.
Perfect. All right, next one for you, and I'm guessing it's relating directly to you, possibly. Crying for $600.
You know what? I was really curious how much I would just boo-hoo. And I think what I learned is that there's only a certain amount of tear supply. And I am through Thursday and Friday and Saturday morning, I made a couple different runs to Costco and all over town, and I would rehearse my speech. And there were a number of times that I just pulled the van over and I was just in tears. So, and even on the day of the wedding, I had to go grab a bunch of stuff, Jimmy John's sandwiches and snacks and all the stuff for lunch. And I was rehearsing it then and crying. And I think I just emptied the tear factory. Like there's a certain point of no return. And then when Haley and I were waiting to walk, and it was a pretty long walk from the house to the barn, and she was like, she's like, everyone's looking at me. Everyone's looking at me. And I'm like, you're good. So I kind of had to just step up.
Yeah.
And I couldn't boo-hoo. Yeah. So I sent a picture. My chin was out like Grandpa Mike's used to be when he coached. I was kind of biting my lip. I would say I did cry the most during their vows.
Well,
I felt like I knew, but walking down, no. The father of the bride toast a little bit. When Haley and Dylan both started to well up and cry a little bit, I kind of, but no, there was not a wholesale cry fest. But again, I'll let Salk fill in some of those details.
Well, you look sharp. Those pictures you sent, walking down the aisle, great.
It was fun, man.
Well done,
so
well done there. This one I'm a little scared to ask about, but we got to do it.
Yeah.
Lost.
Yeah.
For 800.
Yeah, so this barn up there, Snowline Acres, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful venue. And the neat thing is they had an old schoolhouse that these owners converted to a house. So you could rent that as a house, a VRBO, and had like 5 bedrooms. We had all sorts of people over and could have the bridal party beforehand and everything else. So I don't know if this is common or uncommon with this generation, Brian, and this is more Lyle's generation than your generation or mine, but there were multiple lost cell phones, lost truck keys, lost human beings. They did not, the next morning, these Montana boys came over and like 2 of them were looking for their phones. Thankfully, we had one like in the bushes they found. The other one they were still searching for. I think the keys got taken because of some consumption levels, but they literally like, we don't know where Brady went. I'm like, how do you not know where Brady went? How do you lose a human being? Like the Hangover, how's that possible? No idea. They had no idea where Brady went. And then Brady showed up at the house because he too lost his phone. And he showed up in his tux like he was sleeping in the bushes. So eventually he came back. He was found, as were the keys. One lost phone. That was the end damage. But yeah, these kids, they got after it pretty good.
Did Brady give a speech?
Brady thankfully did not. No, he did not. That was the Lane Train, the best man that gave the speech. No Brady on that one.
Oh man, sounds like a good party though. Not a party without lost phones. All right, not last one. We got a couple more here, but we got to get to them here. I want to know this. I didn't even know this actually was a real thing. Wedding crashers for 1,000.
Yeah. So I don't know how much of this one I honestly want to share.
Okay.
Because Salk is really, and Maura, honestly, this is where a lot of the content comes. So every Thursday we have at 8 a.m. Here's the thing, and people go to our app and they leave voicemails, and we have a content
Brian was
creator
here for Here's the Thing last
star.
week.
Yeah. Were you? Yes.
Was, yeah.
And you were the subject of a lot of them.
Did Zane leave anything last Thursday?
I don't believe he did. No.
Okay. So Zane the week before left a message about being from Kalispell, and Zane is one of our top content creators. So on Wednesday or Thursday, when I pulled this big van into Costco, I had a garbage bag and a box. And I decided to, look at this. There's a dumpster right by the gas station. Let me just throw this box and this garbage bag in the dumpster. I fill up my gas. I parked my van to go in and get the Coors Lights.
Illegal dumping. Mm-hmm.
Yep,
yeah.
Illegal dumping. I walk into the entrance, and I get a hand on my chest. And he said, "Sir, do you know that it's illegal and a fine, and you could be arrested for the dumping that you just did into our dumpster?" And I was like, what? And then he pointed, thankfully, at his name tag, and it was Zane, our content creator.
Okay, now this is a wild story, Brock.
This is a pretty good story. It gets even better, Maura. So then Zane is, kind of joking with me, having fun. Again, he'll leave all of this, I'm sure, in a wonderful Here's the Thing. He helps me. He gets the flatbed thing. We load it all up, and he's like, "Listen, I know where the wedding is." He lives out there. I know we're going. would it be weird? I'm not going to come and eat. I'm not going to do that. But would it be okay if, like, later in the evening I pop by and I'm like, sure. You know why? Because I'm a Puyallup guy. The more the merrier. Like my parents' home growing up, especially after football games, Brian, it was like the place to be. Everybody in town would just come through the house. So I'm like, sure. I'm not going to tell anybody else. Certainly not going to tell Molly or like. But and then sure enough, about 9:15, I look over, and there is Zane, sport coat, looking good, just taking it all in, just watching it. And I go up to him, and at that point, I'm a little sweaty. I'd been dancing a lot. Again, here's the thing, we'll have all of that. And I'm like, bro, there's Salky and his family. Got to go meet him. And he's like, I don't know if I can do that. I'm like, no, you have to. He's like, he's going to kill me. I'm like, he is going to kill you. Because you're crashing the wedding. You're like you're a Brock and Salk listener, and you are crashing the wedding. And yes, he's going to kill you. So then, he goes over, he walks back, and he's like, he's going to kill me on the air, isn't he? I'm like, that's kind of what Mike does. Oh. So Zane hung out for a little bit. He was totally cool. He didn't make a scene. He didn't get in the middle of the dance floor. Zane was a home run and an absolute legend when it came to the Heward wedding. So there you go.
So good. I got to ask this: how long was he there before you noticed he was there? Did he not come find you right away?
That's a great question. I don't know. But it's kind of like a QB that feels that, weak side pressure from the blind side, like it's coming. All of a sudden, I kind of looked over, and there he was, suited and booted, doing his thing, man.
So good. Yep. We got one more for you here, Brock. It's the double Jeopardy question, and it's simple. Brock playing Cupid.
I did.
Okay.
I did at the end of the night. One of Haley's bridesmaids, who I love, she'll remain unnamed. I absolutely love her. She came up to me. This was late. This was probably 10 minutes before we had to shut the place down. And she said, is he related to you over there in the black? This wasn't Zane, by the way.
Okay.
I'm like, yeah. She's like, I think he's kind of cute. And I'm like, well, let's go. So Cupid went over there.
Oh, no.
Cupid went over there to my nephew. And I said, listen, pal, these opportunities don't come around very often. Once in a lifetime, some say. But so-and-so came up to me and said, she thinks you're pretty cute. If I were you, I'm not telling you what to do, but if I were you, I'd probably mosey. He's like, oh, come on, Uncle Brock. Come on, Uncle Brock. You playing with me? I'm like, no, not playing with you. Not playing with you at all. And, so nephew and one bridesmaid ended up connecting. I don't know how the rest of the night went. That's not Cupid's deal. Yeah. He doesn't check in, he doesn't stock, he doesn't do any of that. But wouldn't that be some kind of story? Wouldn't that be kind of paying it forward if in the late hours, in the final minutes before the gun, that, Cupid makes a little something magical happen.
You may have another speech coming at another wedding. Maybe one. Maybe.
I may.
Just maybe.
I may be. So more of that is just the tip of the iceberg. Again, that's my view. I was busy. I was doing a lot of things. Old Salky had a lot of other notes. And just could not have had a better time, man. It was an absolute. Amazing. People told me going into it, like it's one of those moments. The birth of your kids, you'll never, ever obviously forget those. Your own wedding day. For me, that was 26 plus years ago. Never forget that day. And this certainly brought back some of those feelings. But standing there and looking at everybody and celebrating Dylan and Haley and how unbelievably, I said this to Haley during the dance. I said, I don't think your heart has ever been this full. Like you feel, and she was like, I have never felt more joy in my life. And that's kind of what you wish for as a pops, as you give your little girl away, and got the chance to do that Saturday. But that's enough of that stuff. Now we got to get to some football. Now we got to get some hardcore Blue 88, and I get to ask you 3 good football questions.
Into it.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Heward breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, B-Dub, I'll ask you 3 questions, and you could throw one my way. And we hit on this a little bit and need to know, but why? Why do you think Leonard Williams was as low as he was in those rankings? You think it's still Southeast Alaska, just up in the Pacific Northwest? The dude played for the Giants. He played for the Jets. He was a first-round top 10 pick. He's got kind of a name to him. Why do you think Leonard Williams, after 11 sacks and 16.5 tackles for loss, and as you said, December NFC Defensive Player of the Year or Player of the Month, ended up falling all the way to 99 in the top 100 rankings?
I have a couple theories on this, Brock. One, I think it's because he wasn't in the rankings the year before. I think that has something to do with it, kind of getting your name in there, almost like a Pro Bowl voting, where once you make the Pro Bowl the first time, it becomes easier and easier because your name's out there. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, this is voted on by your peers, correct?
Did you ever vote on it?
I did vote on this, yes.
You did vote on
it.
it. So
I
this
remember voting.
preceded, this was after my time in the league. We did the Pro Bowl voting, as you did as well, but we did not do this. The NFL Network was not around, nor was this list. I did see players' ballots. So you do remember voting?
I do remember voting for this, and I do remember it not being at the end of the season. I remember being kind of in the mid-season. And so here, I think Leonard Williams had such a strong finish to his season that probably didn't play a role in this voting process. He didn't have those huge games where he was the defensive player of the month for the NFC. So that probably has something to do with it. But the fact that he cracked into the top 100, continues to roll this year and have another season like he put together, you'll see him in Dexter Lawrence territory this next season, I'm sure. So I think that had something to do with it for sure.
All right, question number 2. Well, our good friends at PFF, and I think they would tell you, and I know some of the folks over there and the old coaches that do some of the grading and the evaluation, and they do spend a lot of time, and they have a lot of football people that are evaluating tape and putting these grades on people and projections and everything else. But PFF came out with their own rankings. And even with the addition of Gray Zabel and a healthy Abe Lucas, the Seattle Seahawks projected to be the 30th offensive line out of 32 NFL teams. Going into the year, is that justified, Brian?
It's justified. I don't know why you would have any reason to rank him in the top 10 or top 15 or even top 20 right now. And I think it's you're going off of last year's performance. Last year, this offensive line was a little bit of a mess. Was it all their fault? I don't think so. I think they were kind of put in some tough situations a lot with play calling and all that. But, you lose your starting center. How many games in was that he retired? Your starting center retires 6 games in, something like that. You don't have Abe Lucas for a lot of the year, for about half. And you're mixing and matching. You're throwing new rookies into the mix. So the offensive line last season had a tough time. They were dealt a tough hand. So that's what they're dealing with right now, or that's what all that this PFF has to really base it on, because there's nothing different right now. There's nothing. You look at this offensive line and you say, well, pretty much all the same pieces except for a rookie are there. You have Charles Cross still in the left tackle. You have Abe Lucas at the right tackle. You have Olu playing center now. Your right guard is an unknown competition going in, and then you have a rookie playing left guard. So you look at it and you go, well, there's no reason to move him up.
They've not earned the benefit of the doubt.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Over the last few years. And by the way, I think what was kind of key context of this, I was looking in the division. I think Arizona was projected to be actually the best in the division, around 11 or 12. And then the Rams and Niners were both like 13 and 14. Like the whole NFC West was between 10 and 15. And that's all you're really asking for.
Yep.
I mean, with this defense, and I think some of the weaponry you have and the way you play and the style, like you don't have to be a top 5, top 10 O-line. Just be league average or a little better, and I think this team can function a whole lot more. Okay, question number 3. All right, this is supposed to be kind of the dormant season, right? This is, I saw, Ian Rappaport's down in Mexico, and a bunch of the news reporters are on vacation. I hope the hitman, Brady Henderson, was able to take his boat off anchor, and he's up in the San Juan somewhere getting away from it, because there's not supposed to be NFL news to break. But yesterday, a pretty high-magnitude trade as Minkah Fitzpatrick and the Pittsburgh Steelers head south to Miami, and Jalen Ramsey heads from South Florida up to the Steel City along with a couple late draft picks. Got me thinking a little bit, Brian. Would you have traded if they had made that call? If the Dolphins had called John Schneider and said, hey, John, why don't you give us Julian Love or that Kobe Bryant kid, kind of like him, and he's a much cheaper option. Why don't you give us one of your safeties, and we'll send Jalen Ramsey your way. You'll have to add about $1.5 million to his deal and make it about $26 million. But what do you think? Would you have done that deal? Would you have answered that call if you were John Schneider?
I would definitely have answered the call, and I would have heard him out, but I probably would not have made the deal. I think when you look at Jalen Ramsey, it's a one-year rental. That's really what it is. You're not going to get more than that out of him until he'll be looking for a new deal. You have Julian Love signed for 2 more years, which is something you love. Kobe Bryant. To me, Kobe Bryant's the big factor here because he can play anywhere. I think depth. When you look at this defense all along, you look at depth. That's the weakness of this defense. I think they're elite in every single place except for depth. Kobe Bryant gives you that depth. He is a starter, I get that, but he also can be interchanged. He played corner in college. You threw him as a safety, and he's thrived as playing a safety. So you can throw him in any positions, and that's a unique trait to have, and that's why he is more valuable. He's also on his rookie deal still, which is a lot cheaper than what Jalen Ramsey is going for. So I would listen to it because it's Jalen Ramsey. I played with Jalen Ramsey. He is a talent, but I don't think I would make that trade.
That is Blue 88. Yeah, you were with Jalen where, down in Jacksonville?
Down in Jacksonville, yeah, when he was
kind
drafted.
Of in his prime, right?
Right. I would say he was a rookie. Are you in your prime when you're a rookie? But he was athletic.
I don't know. He was physically,
so
he was
good.
in his prime,
He
right?
was,
My
yeah.
gosh, and he was violent and nasty. And, yeah, I wonder how he and DK are going to do up there in Pittsburgh.
That's going to be fun.
Steeler
team. That Steeler team's gonna be fun.
We're gonna get to them at 9 o'clock. Some NFL kind of headlines and stories. You can do this, by the way. You can contribute to the show just like Zane does for Here's the Thing every Thursday. You can text in 866-979-3776. We're gonna answer questions at the end of the show. Maura and Lyle will be very nice to curate those questions as they come in on the text toy. 866-979-3776. If any of you may have, I don't know, further follow-up questions to what happened up there in Montana, to Salky's dance skills, to any fireworks and theatrics and any good times
we got a text from Matt in Oregon that said,
yeah,
I don't know what's more surprising, the fact that Brock thinks this was a crazy wedding or that he's clearly never seen Jeopardy.
I've seen a lot of Jeopardy. I was just trying to be creative, Maura. It's just trying to be a little
and then the
outside
360 is worried that Zane kidnapped Brady.
Yeah, no, I don't think that happened. No, I
don't think so.
I don't think so. But Zane got me good, man. I honestly thought I was going to be arrested. Like, when I did an illegal dumping, my heart at that point kind of stunk. He got me really, really, really good. And as I said, he's probably gonna have some content to help with Here's the Thing. Answer the question, Jerk. 866-979-3776. Any question you got on any topic, Brian and I will dig into those. Let's take it a step further with Cal Raleigh. He joined Pat McAfee yesterday. Kind of cool when it comes to the home run derby. I'm making a comparison to Ken Griffey Jr. They're obviously different in many ways, but what they're doing historically and what the kid did and what Cal's doing is pretty superhuman. We'll dig into that conversation next, right here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
Sponsored by Johnson & Johnson and Bristol-Myers Squibb. Stroke is a leading cause of death and disability worldwide, with over 12.2 million strokes occurring each year and 795,000 taking place in the U.S. alone. Dr. Clay Johnston, Chief Medical Officer and co-founder of Harbor Health.
The signs of stroke can be subtle and hard to recognize, so educating yourself and others is key to responding quickly. An easy way to remember is with the acronym FAST. This stands for face drooping, arm weakness, speech difficulty, and time to call 911. The sudden onset of any of these symptoms could mean that someone is having a stroke.
A stroke can affect anyone at any time, so recognizing these symptoms quickly can make a difference, especially when it comes to getting the proper care.
Seeking medical attention at the first sign of stroke symptoms can significantly reduce long-term disability and enhance recovery. It can also increase eligibility for clinical trials, potentially leading to additional treatment options.
For more information on the signs and symptoms of stroke, visit stroke.org.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating.
Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
You know what's faster than your paycheck? Literally everything. It's time to get your pay up to speed. With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer.
Because that heat's a real bummer.
dayandnight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave.
Keep your house cool and safe.
dayandnight.net. Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details. dayandnight.net.
And now, tales of another way. You're packing for a trip. Stuffing clothes in a suitcase works mostly. But such chaos in your carry-on. Then you try packing cubes. Organization? Meet harmony. Sometimes another way is the better way. Like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads, plus provide better access to the ports. It's open now. Try it free through summer. Learn more at goodtogo509.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewart is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to excuse you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
All right, what do you think, Brian? You think this summer of Cal can continue?
I hope so. That's the big
just
thing.
kind of,
I
I don't know. I'm not waiting for it to stop. I'm not any Debbie Downer, Nancy Negative, any of that stuff. I just, the toil and the work that he puts in and how hard it is and why. Well, the guy that's in town right now, Salvador Perez, is the all-time single-season home run leader with 48 in a season. And Cal now with the bomb last night is sitting at 33. That was such a good call. More, if you wouldn't mind firing that sucker up before some of this Pat McAfee sound that Cal jumped on yesterday. This is such a good call from Gary Hill in the bottom of the seventh. Already up, at that point? 5-1. And Cal Raleigh in the bottom of the seventh gets the pitch to hit, and he does this.
2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swung on a drive, center field, Isbell back, he's at the track, he's looking up, makes a jump, it's over his glove, it is gone! Cal Raleigh has done it again! Another home run! Number 33 is in the seats! Only 2 players in Major League history have hit more home runs before the end of June than Cal Raleigh. His magical season continues. He's a walking, talking history book. It is the season of Cal Raleigh.
It's incredible. And what a great call there from Gary Hill right there. It was Barry Bonds in 2001 that hit 39. It was Mark McGwire in that season you referenced earlier in 98, and that chase with him and Sosa that hit 37. And then Cal Raleigh's name is right next to Sammy Sosa that year in 98. He had 33. And the great King Griffey Jr. in 98 had 33. And now you put Cal Raleigh's name right next to it. Remember, Brian, Cal Raleigh's single season high was 34. Did that a year ago. It was 30 and 31. He had back-to-back 30 home run seasons. He is sitting right now at 33 home runs just past the halfway mark of this year. This guy is a walking, talking, history-making machine, as Gary Hill said.
It's so fun to watch him. And one of the reasons, so there's doubt, like, can he keep this up? He's a catcher. There's the wear and tear. You're getting foul balls. You're getting bruised. You're getting beat up being a catcher. You know, you're in a squat position all game long. How does he keep this up? How does he last the course of the season? But I think you said it a little bit earlier, it's because he has worked so hard for this. You know, what he's done and how he takes care of himself, how he goes about his everyday job. He takes it. He's a true professional, and that's where you think that he can keep this up.
Most disciplined athlete you ever played with.
Who was
through your time with the Seahawks and the Chargers and ended with the Jags, and as you're around some different locker rooms, was there a player or two, because that is Cal Raleigh. He's not just competitive. He is unbelievably disciplined in that work every single day to do what he's got to do to play at this kind of level. Is there a name or two that come to mind?
You know, I know. I'm thinking. I'm going through so many past teammates. You know how that goes. You got to go through every single one of them. I think Phillip Rivers was very disciplined. He was in that film room every day with him, and Billy Volek was a backup quarterback at the time, and they were in at 6:30 with Norv Turner watching film, 6:30 every day in San Diego. I'd kind of walk by and always try to pop in, but I was a little rookie, so I wasn't invited all the time. But he, you know, very consistent. Russ was very consistent all the time, just the way he took care of himself, took care of his body. Mercedes Lewis. Yeah. He's still playing to this day. He is still playing in his 23rd or 22nd season, tight end. What he does to just maintain his level of performance is unbelievable, and that's kind of, you got to put Cal Raleigh in that board, because you can't keep this up if you don't know how to maintain yourself every single day.
And I think the good news is this isn't his first time. Now, it's his first time handling this. Yeah. It's his first time handling all the national attention. It's his first time jumping on, you know, Barstool Sports. His first time jumping on with Pat McAfee, as he did yesterday. I like a bunch of these cuts more. I'm going to fire a few of them, or have you fire a few of these. McAfee asked him, cut number 11. I don't know if this is about righty lefty when it comes to the home run derby, because obviously he picks righty lefty.
This one is just in general, and then later he talked about how he might like to hit both at the home run derby.
So hitting lefty or righty, here was Cal's answer to Pat McAfee yesterday.
No, it's mainly just whatever arm is on the mound. So if a righty's throwing him, hitting lefty. If a lefty's throwing him, hitting righty. You know, it's kind of because of the breaking balls. You want breaking balls coming into you rather than going away from you. So really the only pitch that I had to worry about at the end of the day is changeups just going away from me. So that's the only one. Yeah, that's kind of why switch hitters do it. They, you know, kind of helps out. You know, you don't have to face left on left, right on right, which is notoriously, you know, a little tougher for people to do because you got breaking balls, you got sinkers, you got things like that.
Sweepers, all those things. Yeah, we know.
Sweepers, the new fad. So,
how about when it comes to the Derby? How about when it comes to his dad throwing him pitches? He doesn't have to worry about any changeups from Pops. Pressure is really going to be on Pops to deliver that perfect home run ball. Is he going to do what Adley Rutschman did and go righty and lefty? Jose Ramirez, I think, has done the same. Cal asked about whether he's going to hit righty or lefty in the Derby, said this.
Yeah, I mean, I think I want to. I mean, I know right field's a little shorter, so lefty might be a little more primary, but...
Oh, you'll be fresher, though. Early rounds, boom. And then pushing to the later round, going to righty. Haven't hit yet all night. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be kind of cool, right?
McAfee trying to talk baseball.
Wow.
I remember those early days. How about lastly talking about his dad and his brother? His brother's a talented player. Talking to Divish, I think his brother, they always say this about the little brother anyway. Oh, the little brother's got a better swing, yada, yada, yada. Little brother's a good little player. He's a catcher, too. He's going to be catching. Pop's going to be throwing. How magnificent will that be to have multi-generations a part of the Derby? Final cut here, cut number 12. Cal talking to that.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'm super excited to be doing it. It's kind of one of those, like, dream come true kind of things, as a kid, you always, you find a fence somewhere and you pretend to play home run derby with your buddies. And, getting my dad to throw to me, I'm going to have my little brother. He's going to be behind the plate catching for me. He's 15, so.
Is he a catcher as well? Your dad's a catcher, right? Former catcher? Is he a catcher as well?
Yeah, my dad was a catcher. My little brother, he's 15. He's a catcher right now. He's playing the whole travel ball thing. And so he's pretty jacked up about it, too.
How cool is that?
All the people that were saying, "Oh, it's Cal. He shouldn't hit in the home run derby. He shouldn't compete in it. It's gonna ruin his swing. He needs to rest." That's exactly right here the reason I say no. Go do it. Go experience that. You earned it. You earned that right. Your level of play. Go have a memory with your family. Getting your dad out there throwing BP for you. Your brother catching. I mean, that's something that you're probably gonna remember more than I don't know, being tired. He's not going to be tired, but I'm just saying that's a memory you have to have. You can't afford to miss, and you also don't know when you're going to get that chance again. Correct. And so that's when I just say, you know what, all you saying that, go rest yourself. Just let him play baseball. Let him do his thing. Let him enjoy it.
I wish Julio could be in the home run derby because it's kind of helped Julio get the ball in the air, and he's been so good at it. And hopefully, there's going to be pressure. Honestly, the one that's got the most pressure, Cal's going to hit. Little brother's back there. He'll be fine. It's going to be Pops making sure, he's practicing to try to set his son up for success. And one of those surreal moments, man. Not many, I don't think ever in the history of the Derby has there been a father pitching to a son with the other son catching behind. That'll be a memory, one of many that the Raleighs are making this summer that they will have for the rest of their lives. Everything you need to know coming up next. Jeff Passan in 20 minutes. He'll try to add some further context to exactly what we're watching with one of the greatest performances in the history of baseball, certainly at the catcher position in the first half of this season. Jeff will join us in 20. Everything you need to know next. Mr. Walters in for Salk right here. I'm Brock and Salk.
We've got some breaking news.
And the next offer on the way to Cal, swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Big Dumper is in the Derby.
Goodbye, baseball.
You're going to get tossed meatballs and stuff. All you got to do is connect. You have enough power. You got a big dumper. That ball is going to travel.
What would happen if you switched Cal and Judge? Like, what if Cal was doing this for the Yankees and Judge was doing this for the Mariners? Who's the MVP then?
Hear Cal Raleigh in the Home Run Derby Monday, July 14th, right here on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and I've had a couple sports injuries over the years. I know a little bit about pain, but you don't have to play pro sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, that's where he's ready to answer your call. 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000. Dr. Nelson has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So if it's affecting your quality of life, you don't want to get out of bed because your body hurts, you need to reach out to my buddy, Dr. Nelson. Many have jumped aboard the regenerative medicine train lately. Dr. Nelson is the only doctor, and I can say this confidently, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, and he's right here in our own backyard. Yeah, and he's got stem cell therapy, a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells and platelet-rich plasma to harness your body's healing potential. So if you're in pain and it's affecting your quality of life, give Dr. Nelson a call this morning, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit SUPLinen.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
The Golf-a-Palooza of the summer, the Butts Golf Sidewalk Sale. Titleist, FootJoy, TaylorMade, Callaway, the biggest names at 50 to 70% off. It's your time to save, and it all starts Thursday at Butts.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with the Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party this Thursday, presented by T-Mobile.
Fly ball right field, sailing back, gone! Legend, Cal Raleigh!
Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom! Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off single. Holy smokes, what a finish.
Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks and check out the full fireworks lineup this summer, including an 80s night on July 18th and Show Tunes theme on August 1st. Plus, don't miss big-time giveaways like patriotic trucker hats on Friday and J.P. Crawford basketball jerseys on Saturday. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Do you have a car you'd like to sell but don't want to go through all the hassle? With all the scams and security risks out there, more and more people are uncomfortable selling their own car. So how do you get the most money for your used car without selling it yourself? Stacy here with the answer. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your car and pay you right up front for it, but it gets way better. Once they resell your old car, they share half the profit with you. The question I get most from my friends and colleagues is, what's the catch? And how can they offer this? It's super simple. All the money they save by not traveling to buy cars at auctions, like purchase fees, shipping, and travel expenses, is what allows them to offer this. They'd rather share that money they save with you than outside vendors. They encourage you to shop around, but if Wayscar Ford can pay you the same or more as their competitors and then share half their profit with you once they resell your car, why would you sell your car anywhere else? They've already shared over $800,000 with customers, and it's only at Wayscar Ford. That's wayscarford.com, Wayscar Ford in Auburn.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, here's what you need to know. George Kirby was really good last night. 6 innings pitched, just low 80s in that pitch count. 3 hits, no walks. Just dominated. That Royals lineup, we'll chat with Jeff Pass. I know he watches those guys closely in his hometown. That's not a murderer's row by any means in that lineup, but George mowed him down. I appreciated this. kind of asked after the game. I know that during the broadcast, Goldie was talking about how George is incorporating the circle change of Luis Castillo, always constantly working and tinkering to get right. Here was George talking about his mechanics really over the last couple weeks.
I think the last 2 starts have really kind of focused on my mechanics out there. I feel like a lot of times I've been rushing certain off-speed stuff to get in the dirt. My mechanics are rushed a little bit, so I'm really trying to just stay, nice and balanced, focused out there, and I think it's been helping just kind of get ahead and kind of sync my arm up a little better and get in the zone.
And on the other side, as Salky will often say on this show, Mr. Walters, walks and home runs. If the Mariners walk and they hit home runs, they're going to win, which they've done 11 of the last 17 times now. And there was 3 home runs last night. Randy gets number 100 and number 101 of his career. And Cal, well, you kind of expect it now, right? If Cal Raleigh, if you go a game without a home run, you're almost like, wonder if Cal's okay. Number 33 last night, just a remarkable feat once again.
And it's a good sign to see Randy Rosarena hit a couple home runs there, because Cal needs protection in the middle of that lineup. He needs guys around him to perform, and he hasn't had that yet. Teams have been able to start the intentional walk thing that we've seen, especially with those big-time home run hitters, Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, Barry Bonds, Griffey. The intentional walks are there for him. You don't want that as an option for Cal, because you want him scared of everyone else around you. So that was really good to see Randy step up like that.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, I think we know very confidently that Cal Raleigh is going to be at the All-Star game. We also know there's going to be 3 Mariners in this one top-rated farm system, 3 Mariners, young Mariners in that system that are going to be part of the Futures game for the 3rd consecutive year. That's got to be a record, or pushing a record. For the 3rd consecutive year, Harry Ford is going to be a part of the Futures game. Las Montez, kudos to him. All he's doing is leading the minor leagues. I believe he has 21 home runs between Everett and now AA Arkansas. And then the lefty-righty, man. I'm telling you, Walters, you've seen a lot of crazy things in sport, on a golf course, on a football field. Watching Sinja throw, Durangelo, Sinja throw, right-handed and left-handed, was just a marvel down in spring training. And while the numbers are not staggering or overwhelming, I think you want him in the show, and he will be a part of that Futures game as well.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. I can't even fathom throwing it left-handed, pitching left-handed in the major leagues. And you know what I was thinking about too? What advantage of this? Could you imagine? Let's say he gets a right arm injury. What do? You go and you just throw lefty. That's it. What an advantage that is to just not. 2 working arms. You don't have to. You're not going to be on the IL. You just go to your other arm. I mean, that's incredible to really think about that.
So I said this at the 6 a.m. hour, Brock, and I'll tell everybody listening now. Don't let the number that says 4.88 ERA for Durangelo fool you, because it's kind of misleading. He had a couple of blow-up starts, or outings, I should say, as a reliever when he was thrown from the left side, so it ballooned his whole ERA. His actual ERA as a starter when he's just thrown from the right side, it's 3.4, and honestly, till a couple starts ago, it was sub-3. Like, he's been really good.
So you like him better from really throwing right-handed?
Yeah, the general consensus is he's better from the right side. And I think they think starter-wise, for the most part, that'll be his dominant arm. But, yeah.
Do you ever think the Mariners will make him just stick with the right if he's that much better?
There's a shot.
Yeah.
I think some people feel like long-term that may be the solution. But for now, they want to let him try it out, and they want to let him just tinker with both sides and see what can happen. Because, again, like when you have a guy like that, you might as well try, at least early on.
100%. Yeah.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, you said it earlier, Mr. Walters, when it came to the Big Cat. He single-handedly won those Seahawks a game in New York against Aaron Rodgers and those Jets. Number 99 in the NFL players rankings, and that game in New York City in the Big Apple, and this play in particular, probably a part of why he's on that list.
Rodgers has it picked off by Leonard Williams. Just the second interception of the Big Cat's career. And is he going to take it to the house? His old house. He sure is. A pick 6, and he flips the game.
I mean, that play was awesome for me. As much as I said that Jets game wasn't a revenge game for me because it was so long ago, after having that game that I had, it was definitely like a sweet, poetic moment for me.
That little spy, right? He dropped out into coverage. He makes a great catch with his hands. He looks like looks like Brian Walters at Cornell on a little slant route. He goes up and he gets it with his hands. He watches fingers wrap around the ball. He tucks the ball. He hurdles somebody, and then he goes 92 yards to the house for the pick six.
He looked like a track star. I've never seen a big man run like that. The high knees, arms pumping. He looked good. A lot of times you get the big man getting in the open like that, and you're like, go, come on, one more step, move, quick. But Not him. It looked good. It looked athletic. That was one of the best 2-game stretches I've ever seen from a defensive tackle. When it was the Jets game, and then he went to played the Cardinals, or I think he played the Cardinals before. Then it was the Jets. The stats he racked up, I think he have 3 sacks or something against 2.5 sacks against the Cardinals, and he had the 2 sacks against the Jets. He also blocked a PAT against the Jets. So it just what an incredible stretch for him. He deserves better than 99, that's for sure. It kind of makes me a little bit worried what other Seahawk is going to be in this, because Leonard Williams was your stud, was your star player. Probably Devin Witherspoon will be in there, but I don't know who else is going to show up.
Yeah, maybe Charles Cross earned some respect.
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah, JSN.
Maybe.
He had a good year. Maybe.
That is everything you need to know. Greatest athlete, I asked you earlier in the show, the most disciplined athletes you are around. Who was flat out the greatest athlete? Just physically, where you just marveled and you're like, that's just different. I can't ever do that. Who would that have been on your
I don't
list?
even have to think twice about this. It was Percy Harvin.
Yes,
by far.
exactly.
Percy Harvin. If he could have figured it out everywhere else, he was so fun to watch run. He was so strong, so athletic, good hands. And I was with him in Minnesota as well. People forget I was in Minnesota. I was with Percy, and he came to Seattle a year after I got to Seattle, and just got to watch him everywhere he was. And there's some people you look at and you go, all right, I can do that. Then there's some people you look at and go, nope, that's not me. That's not for me. That's him. You do that. That's incredible.
Yeah, God made that guy a little different. His muscle fiber, his twitch, his explosion, all of it was just different. When you're like that much different from even the great athletes in the NFL, and I'd heard that from, I figured that was going to be your answer. I was hoping that was going to be your answer, because most of the people that were around him said, unfortunately from the neck up, it could just never get put together. But man, he could really, really run, and kind of had a nice kickoff return to showcase that, and got you a Super Bowl ring. Mr. Passon, Jeff Passon, joins us every Tuesday at 8:30. How do you put Cal Raleigh's season into perspective? Every single week we've asked him these kind of questions, and every single week Cal continues to pile numbers that are now at a historical rate. Jeff Passon will answer that and so much more when he joins Brian and I right here on Seattle Sports.
4 down territory, going inside the game with former Cougs head Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What do you like about the young talent on the Seahawks roster?
There are some foundational pieces. And then this year, right, you're expecting Gray's Able to start. You're expecting Emma Ward to start. Elijah Arroyo is a silent sleeper that people are talking about. You got Robbie, the fullback over there. I just looked at the last 3 or 4 drafts, and there are a lot of starters on the football field.
4 down territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and we've been talking about this. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience, because the hotel opens up August 8th. Bookings are open at snocasino.com starting on August 8th. The expanded non-gaming floor, the destination spa, the big new entertainment space and convention center, new restaurants as well. They're combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com for details. Seattle's closest, now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
You know what's faster than your paycheck? Literally everything. It's time to get your pay up to speed. With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors available in select states. Expedited transfer is available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit Earnin.com for full details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills, maybe.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on SeattleSports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Rick Riz here, and it's the final month to submit your nomination for Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Pella's owners are donating $5,000 to 2 local youth sports organizations. Many local teams are in need of new equipment, field improvements, or uniforms. If you know a team who could use funding, nominate them at seattlesports.com/play. Join Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington and help our local youth thrive. Go to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a team in need right now.
Throw down to second base, tagged by JP on the money, and he is out.
Home. Home is your domain, where you know every inch like the back of your hand.
Julio racing back out of the warning track, but he makes the catch, and he flashes to the no-fly zone.
A place that brings out your protective side, and a place you'll always stand up for.
Going and going, it will fly away.
Because what's inside is the most valuable thing in the world. Your family. Mariners baseball at T-Mobile Park. Welcome home.
Don't miss out on great Mariners deals all week long, including $11 value game seats tonight and tomorrow versus the Royals and the 4th of July weekend AmeriCombo offer. That's a ticket, Mariner dog, and a refillable soda for just $20. Available Friday through Sunday against the Pirates. Snag your seats today at mariners.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Uh-oh, we got a problem. Oh, and I hate when I'm on the other end of this one. And it's happened to me a few times in my life, Brian, where I'm like, supposed to do something, supposed to jump on a show, and then all of a sudden, like, oh, no. So we just got that little text here moments ago from the great Jeff Passan, who unfortunately finds himself in the air. I know you were so looking forward to this too, Brian. So unfortunately, no Passan. Let's see. Can't read that word. I'm in the air. So sorry. Been in London unexpectedly. Totally forgot to let you guys know. So maybe tomorrow. Maybe we'll push that off to tomorrow. And knowing Mr. Passon, that's usually what he does. Really good at getting back, and we'll have him on at this time tomorrow. If you're waiting for Jeff Passon, I apologize. And he just can't add any more further context to what Cal Raleigh is doing this year. Sorry, Brian. You all right? You gonna survive?
I'm all right. I mean, you're relying on a football guy here to cover some baseball, and I don't know what to do with my hands now, Brock.
Huh?
No,
it's okay. This is where big old Lyle comes in handy.
There we go, Lyle.
Because just like yesterday, you said he kind of carried you through the show with all of his great baseball knowledge.
He does have some wisdom.
Yeah, he does. Can you answer me this, actually, Lyle? I think you can answer me this. I was going to ask Passon and let him get started on a big rant about war. So last night, I was looking at ESPN's site, getting ready for Passon and a few different questions. And on ESPN's site, their wins above replacement, and they call that war. They don't do that in football, Brian, but they do that in baseball with all the different metrics and all the different numbers. Cal Raleigh's war, according to ESPN, was 4.6. Julio's war was 3.9. Can you, in some world, tell me how that is possible at all, Lyle? How does that make any sense whatsoever?
Elaborate on that. Like, why is it so close? Why is it so far apart?
Because watching every single one of these games and watching the impact of Cal Raleigh and looking at his numbers, his home runs, his RBIs, they double everything that Julio is doing. Everything that Cal does behind the plate to control the running game, all the things that he does as a catcher in framing, all the metrics that put him near the top defensively as one of the best catchers. And you're telling me that he is a 0.7 WAR player better than Julio Rodriguez, who right now can't hit the ball in the air, who right now hit one home run the entire month of June. And I know he had a nice sac fly. And I don't want to, totally, it's not a Julio bash job, but watching these games night in and night out, it's not even close. It's not even close. He should be double or triple of the impact that Julio Rodriguez versus Cal Raleigh this season, no?
So this is why I tend to use F WAR a little bit more than B WAR. And what ESPN uses is more baseball references WAR. If you look at Fangraphs, Cal's WAR is 5.6 and Julio's is 2.7. That feels a little more on cue than what Baseball Reference has.
So talk to me about the difference between those two. What is that? How can you have that dramatic of a difference if both of them are doing wins above replacement and one has what my eye has seen? I think that's totally fair, 5.6 to 2.7, and one is 4.6 to 3.9.
Baseball Reference must take defense more, either weigh it heavier than Fangraphs does, or they're just lighter about what they give out in terms of value and what you contribute on a baseball field than Fangraphs, and Fangraphs just makes their grading scale harder. If I had to guess, it's more that Reference leans a little bit more on defensive value than Fangraphs. I don't have a direct answer to that. I don't have the exact formula for how the two differentiate their formulas for WAR, but if I had to guess, that's what it kind of revolves around.
Would you compare a WAR in baseball like your PFF grades in football? Is that kind of but it's almost, it just depends who's grading it, right?
That's right. This is baseball, I think, is a lot more metrics. They have all the different numbers, right? I think the PFF watches game tape, Brian, and so sorry to jump in on you here, Lyle, but at least from the PFF side, they have guys. They have old players. They have old scouts. They have people that they have hired to watch the game tape who have spent their living and their life watching game tape and try to say, okay, yep, you know what, that was a great route. Or, they created X amount of yards of separation on this one. Or he's got to make that catch. That's a drop. That's not, I think that there's a little bit more subjectivity, not a little, there is a lot more subjectivity to a PFF grade than there is to the nuts and bolts. Here's the numbers, here's your production, here's what you're doing or not doing. Is that, would you agree with that from a WAR standpoint, Lyle?
That feels right, because, like you said, PFF is very much, they're watching just about every play of every game and giving guys a grade. If you had to compare baseball and football in terms of what WAR could be somewhat similar to in the NFL, you guys ever look at AV on Pro Football Reference? That would be like the closest thing I guess I could compare it to.
The adjusted values?
Yeah, they call it an approximate value, and their definition of it is attempt to attach a single number to every player, and they've done that since 1960. Like, the best way I can describe it is like Patrick Mahomes in 2018 when he won the MVP. It was 22, which was the highest in the NFL, and that's really high. So it's a little different than WAR, but it just in terms of what the numbers tell you, it's it's measuring value. So I don't know. AV isn't used the way WAR is in baseball, but I guess that's the closest thing I'd compare the two to.
Let me spin this conversation this way, Brian, because I'm curious. You know, like myself, you spent a bunch of years in NFL locker rooms. You were in a few different places around some pretty high-profile players, especially here in Seattle, right? With the whole Legion of Boom and the Super Bowl team and future Hall of Famers and time in San Diego, then San Diego with Phillip Rivers, time in Jacksonville with some great players, Jalen Ramsey and others. So you've been around some great players. I'm kind of curious as you watch the Mariners from afar, right, just as a fan, and you look at what's going on with Cal this year, do you look at all the relationship with him and Julio? I find myself almost on a weekly basis, and maybe this is the left-handed middle child psychologist in me, but I'm like, man, I wonder what Julio must be feeling to see Cal Raleigh doing a lot of what people thought he could do. It was a year ago that Jeff Passan wrote a whole deal and said on our airwaves, Julio's a 40-40 guy. He's 6'3", he's 235. He runs like the wind. He can hit a ball 480 feet. I think he still has the longest home run of the Mariners this season. His only home run he hit in June there in Minnesota. You know, I mean, we watched him in the home run derby. Absolutely put on a show back-to-back years. I mean, you see just like the physical traits of what he is supposed to be, and to see what Cal Raleigh is doing this year, and to see Julio struggle to just even get the ball in the air, I wonder if you find yourself looking at that dynamic, almost psychologically, I wonder how those two young studs, how they coexist, and how, if in any way, this may be having an impact, an effect on Julio.
Yeah, I wonder if Julio kind of looks at Cal and goes, but that's what I should be doing right now. That's what I'm expected to be doing. And really, any normal... Julio, I feel like, doesn't have that personality. If I'm wrong with that, about that, I feel
what
like
kind of personality?
Like personality that he's ultra competitive within his teammates, like that, where he's trying to just almost
like that alpha,
like the
like
alpha,
Richard Sherman. Like
yeah, that's a good way to put it. But Julio doesn't strike me as a guy who has that kind of personality where I feel like Julio's the kind of guy who's just going to be really happy for his teammates that are doing well. You know, he's going to be the first to congratulate him. He's going to be the first to. He's always having fun out there on the field. He's not. I don't know if I ever see real frustration from Julio when things are going poorly. And you know, I don't know what it's like in the clubhouse. I'm not there. I'm not behind the scenes. But as far as what I see watching these games, him on the field, Julio still looks like he's having a ton of fun and loves everything Cal Raleigh's doing. Of course he's gonna. Of course. You're never gonna really show that. But Julio, to me, wouldn't be bothered by that. I think he's more worried about himself. Regardless.
No, I think that's totally fair.
Yeah.
I think that's totally fair. And I think the way you see him run the bases, although he's picked off a few times on this last road trip, but the way you see him run down balls, the way you see him interact with the no-fly zone, the way you see him play defensively, the way that, you know, he just plays this game. He's got that like childlike joy to him.
That's a perfect way to put it.
And I don't think that is diminished at all. And I don't think that can be taken away by someone else's success. But I think what is going on at the plate, you've said this a few times, Lyle, off the air, that is just, it's confounding. I know that he's gathering some singles. I know that he had some games. He had a game the other day on this road trip with, 3 singles, and they're in Chicago, and he's collecting singles. But you're not paying, Lyle, you're not paying Julio to be this kind of guy at the plate, correct?
No, you're not. You want a hot take here on Julio that I have?
Oh, geez.
Hot take.
A hot take?
Oh, geez. Here we go.
He needs to start striking out more.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that is what I think's happened to Julio this year is he has tried to cut down the strikeout rate because the first 3 years of his career, it was a little bit high. It wasn't astronomical, but it was a little high. And what it feels like to me now is he has tried to cut down on that strikeout rate, and it's gotten to the point where he's done so much so that now he's lost power as a result of it. And Julio Rodriguez needs to hit for power. He needs to do damage because when he's not doing damage, the lineup's not the same. So look, his strikeout rate's down 5% this year, but his power's way down. So I would take Julio striking out basically however much he wants in the 20% range, as long as it doesn't get astronomical. If he's going to go back to hitting 30-plus bombs a year and running out a WRC plus of 130. But right now, I don't like this version of him. Like the less strikeouts, but more contact and more singles. No, he's got to hit for power.
Yes. I find myself, these guys know it because I texted a fair amount on our little text chains, Brian. I find myself probably judging and as hard on Julio as any player in our market because you see the upside. You see that month of August a couple years ago. You see these stretches where he is the best player in the world, where he's doing things that few could do. And it's not because of work. The guy shows up every day. He goes to work. This is not, I think, an immaturity thing at all. It is just man, when you have shown that as a coach, and you know this, and as a teammate, that's what I want. Hey, man, you showed me you could do that. And I'd like to see more of that more often. And I'm curious. I'll throw one more thing at you, Brian. As a player, were you a tinkerer? Were you a guy that just constantly, my stance, you know what, let me run this route this way. Let me see if I can add this to my game. Were you a constant tinkerer?
You're always working on stuff. You're always wondering, how can I run this route better? Does this work when I come off the ball this way, but more so this way? But the difference is, and here's where I always give more leniency to baseball players and just a little more patience, is in football, we had a whole week. You mess up, you go Sunday and something didn't work, something wasn't feeling right. You have a whole week on the practice field on your own time, doing anything to make those corrections, to really get after it. And things aren't quick fixes. And no matter what sport you're in, you're not going to get it down in a week, or maybe not even 2 weeks. But baseball's so different because you got to play the next day. So something's off in your swing. Psychologically in sport, you're going to go with what's comfortable. But if something's off and what's off is comfortable, you're going to keep doing it. It's hard to make the change very quickly. So what I see in Julio is, well, what did we see earlier in the year? Well, he was chasing bad pitches. He was almost swinging at everything. I mean, his swing and miss rate was high. But I see the change. I see him working on that and getting better. So if he's got to hit singles here for 2-3 weeks to really dial in that approach, and then you start seeing the power come back, then you start seeing more of the Julio we know, but then he knocked out this swing and miss rate and all these strikeouts that he had and poor, but now he's got the eye, then I'm okay with this. But that's the difference, is he has to make these changes while he's still playing. Correct. He doesn't get a whole week off to make the changes.
He
and that's the tough
doesn't get sent
part.
into a lab. He doesn't get a week to get his timing back. He doesn't get to go to golf tech like you do and look at your swing and tinker with it.
Golf might be the most tinkering of a sport there is.
And get my grip this way and get to do all of that. That's right. Hey, by the way, I've been remiss. I haven't done my job here. The 2025 All-Star Ballot Finals voting is now open, and you can help ensure Cal is starting at this year's Midsummer Classic in Atlanta. Let's just say if he's not, they should shut the game down because, well, he's one of the best to be playing. What he's doing is just absolutely historical. Vote one time per day, every day through tomorrow, right here on the Seattle Sports app. So again, you can vote one time per day, every day. That would be today and tomorrow through July 2nd, right on our Seattle Sports app. I would hope that there's no question that guy is the starting catcher because, again, just to circle back to Cal, what he is doing this year is, it's a little challenging, Brian, to come on the airwaves every day and try to add further context. It's why you need a Buster Olney and a Jeff Passan and all the guys that we have on the national level, because when we're so close to it, you start to take it for granted.
Do you want to hear a little bit? Shannon was on with us yesterday, and she talked about how people are reacting to him in opposing stadiums.
I think they're being pretty smart, unfortunately. And you did hear the boos in Texas, and I'm not convinced they were all Mariners fans that were down there. I think that fans want to see their pitchers, pitching to the best as well. They don't want to see what the result is, but they want to go after him. And, Cal's turning into a little bit of a villain in some stadiums, which is kind of funny to hear too. But I think we're going to see more of it. Anytime you have anybody who's got the power and is, the clear threat in the lineup, when games are on the line, you are going to see managers put the four fingers up.
So, she was talking about them walking him and fans actually getting mad about it because they want to see what he can do.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to see that talent. And when someone's on a kind of run and kind of heater that he is, honestly, when you look at those numbers, and that graphic went up last night on Root Sports, when they were just waiting on it. When you hear Gary Hill's call, they're just waiting on him doing something that very few in the game have ever done. And they hit 33 home runs by the end of June. And then you look at that list, and I don't think this is any kind of hot take. You've got Barry Bonds, who's in full steroid mode. You have Sammy Sosa, Mark McGwire in '98 when the league looked the other way at performance-enhancing drugs, and both of those guys were in full steroid mode, and you saw their bodies change and all the size and all the strength and all the mass that they added, and that's it. And the only other one that's sitting next to him on that list with 33 home runs is a great Ken Griffey Jr. And as you said, to have two great nicknames, to have two three-letter first names, there's just kind of some cool little symmetry between, what obviously Junior, who I'm wearing on my little hoodie here, what he did for so long for this market, and to see what Cal's doing and just not slowing down.
And I think when you can take some of the baseball greats and, for one, let's take switch hitters, for instance. He's chasing guys like Mickey Mantle. And that's a legendary name. He's chasing. Can he beat Mickey? Can he hit 54 home runs and get ahead of Mickey Mantle as the most home runs for a switch hitter? And when you're saying names like that, you're having, again, like you just talked about, we can't stress it enough because there's not a lot more to say about Cal Raleigh because we've said it, but it's just such an incredible season. But Mickey Mantle, who compares himself to Mickey Mantle? No one does. He's one of the greats. But if he can get 53 home runs, Mickey Mantle had 54 home runs. If he can hit 53 home runs, he's second place on that list for a switch hitter, ahead of Mickey Mantle, who had the number 2 best season with 52.
Yeah, and I think it was only Griffey that hit 50-plus home runs as a Mariner in the history of the Mariner franchise to hit 50-plus home runs. It's Salvador Perez, who's in the building with 48 home runs as a catcher. And these things now, as he's sitting here at 33, let's hope he stays healthy. And playing that position is really difficult to do. And you get beat up and you get worn down and you get foul balls. And we know over the last couple of years that he's had to play through significant injury by the end of the year. But, yeah, he finds a way to play each and every day, DH or catcher. These are now real, tangible numbers he's chasing.
And did we mention he was a platinum glove? Have we talked about that yet?
No. And did we mention he's a great dude? And did we mention that he goes anywhere on with anybody?
When you say he's a great dude, that's one thing I was thinking earlier when Brian was talking about Ken Griffey that I think is kind of rare, or when you talk about Barry Bonds or whatever. Cal, I think, has this relatability that a lot of those guys don't have, where you feel like you could just have a beer with him.
That's
and
right.
I think that that's why you're seeing him doing these press tours now on Pat McAfee and going on Pardon My Take and all that. And I think that people are really kind of loving that this just seems like an everyday guy, but he's doing superhuman things.
Barack, I brought this up last week with Salk, and I want to get your opinion on this and see if we're in the same ballpark thinking this, that Cal Raleigh's almost essentially he's almost playing quarterback and middle linebacker in the NFL. He's almost playing both ways for this team, right? The way that he's kind of commanding the pitching, he's calling the pitching, he's kind of the leader on defense as the platinum glove and calling the pitches, and then he's your leader also hitting. So, is that a bad comparison that he's a quarterback and the middle linebacker for this team?
No, I don't think it is. And again, it's why in this MVP conversation, it was so cool last night to start to hear those chants in that building, right? And we should hear more of that if he continues to do what he is doing. And the challenge is Aaron Judge is also rather superhuman, that Aaron Judge is also a tremendous defensive player on top of being an unbelievable, imposing bat each and every day in that lineup too. And the real key here, frankly, is going to be the team around him. That would be the other, I guess, last little hot take I have here. And last night you saw Randy take advantage of it and get some pitches to hit and do some damage. Like it doesn't take 8 or 9 of them. It doesn't take 3 or 4 of them. If it is Randy on any given night, if it's Julio on any given night, if Cal is kind of setting the table, right, is that quarterback, hey, man, I'm putting you in a position. I need you to do your job on the other end, man. Yeah. When the bases are loaded because they're walking me and they're not giving me anything to hit and there's traffic on the base, do your job. Put up that crooked number. And if they do that, and we saw it in the month of April, right, if they get those kind of contributions, Brian, this is going to be a fun summer, man. Yeah. They find themselves right now 6 back of Houston, who's playing some of the best ball in all of baseball. I was looking at some odds last night. Houston is the odds-on favorite to win the most games in the month of July, as their schedule's pretty soft. They're in Colorado for the next 3 nights, and they continue to pitch really, really well. And who knows in the AL West, but you're sitting there as a 3rd wild card, and there's no reason you can't be the 1st wild card. And there's no reason that if others can contribute in this lineup and support Cal in this kind of season, this should be a summer that, we're talking about some big, big things.
Yeah, I think that probably is the biggest thing, the biggest factor of the success the Mariners are going to have. I think we can count on their starting pitching. I think that's a thing. That's not a worry. Their relievers are getting healthy again. You're going to have a couple guys coming back, and Santos and Colin Snyder will be back here soon. That'll really bolster this bullpen a little bit. And then, but that's the huge thing is, can teams walk Cal or not? And that's you're going to see Cal's numbers drop if other players around him can't start hitting around like Randy did last night. That's what'll scare teams away from walking Cal, like you just said. Right. So that will be, I think, the biggest factor. Or what does Julio do, and what does Randy do around Cal? That is going to determine the success of this team.
Yep. The nice thing and the difference between this game and the game that you and I played is you have an opportunity to add a bat. You have an opportunity to add an arm. You have an opportunity here in the next couple weeks. The draft will be first and foremost, and that's right around the corner. But that trade deadline is a-coming, and an opportunity to add some pieces, whether it's in that lineup or it's in that bullpen over the next few weeks as well. Because I think this team is telling you. I think Cal is telling you. I think Cal is telling these fans. I think he's telling this ownership group. I think he's telling this management, like, this is not a fluke. I am not slowing down. Yep. You know, what I did in April and what I did in May and what I continue to do in June and these numbers that I'm putting together, you know, help support me just a little bit. Maybe add another bat in this lineup. Let's add another high leverage arm in that bullpen. And as I said, man, let's make this a summer to remember in Seattle. But you got to do your part first. Each and every one of us listening right now, all you got to do is go to our Seattle Sports app. You can vote today. You can vote tomorrow. The 2025 All-Star Ballot Finals is open, and you can help ensure that Cal is there, and there in a big way is not only in the home run derby, but he is the starting catcher for the American League.
Well, Passan may have let us down, but we've been listening to his home run calls all day. I called in a backup. Gary Hill answered the call, and he's going to join us at 9:30.
Oh, look at that. Gary Hill is going to join us at 9:30. That was one heck of a – that might have been my favorite Gary Hill call that I have ever heard. So we'll chat with Gary at 9:30. We'll do a little football, some headlines around the league. What in the heck is going on in Pittsburgh? Do you like the way they have built it? Do the Seahawks have a move before they begin training camp? We'll do a bunch of that with Brian Walters. He's in for Salky next right here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports in the Seattle Sports app.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
The one, the only Tim Kirkchin is with us. How are you, sir?
Well, I'm just as confused as you are about the Mariners, if they're going to get really good or not.
Is it hard to understand where their needs truly are as we approach that trade deadline?
This team is due for a great stretch of great starting pitching. If they can score a few runs, maybe they can really make a playoff berth in the American League.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
From the first one born in the USA to the tens of millions that followed, from the American highways to the NASCAR race days, more people have counted on their Camrys than any other car for over 23 years. And now, Camry is even better. It's all hybrid all the time to be more efficient yet powerful, with available all-wheel drive for the capability to go wherever you want to go in style and comfort. For the latest offers, go to Toyota.com. A negotiable dock fee of up to $200 may be added. Toyota, let's go places.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hold up a sec. If I work today, why should I have to wait 2 weeks to get my money? With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, I mean, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors available in select states. Expedited transfer is available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
Dayandnight.net.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
Dayandnight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit
Dayandnight.net.
I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go.
Dayandnight.net.
Do you have a car you'd like to sell but don't want to go through all the hassle? With all the scams and security risks out there, more and more people are uncomfortable selling their own car. So how do you get the most money for your used car without selling it yourself? Stacy here with the answer. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your car and pay you right up front for it, but it gets way better. Once they resell your old car, they share half the profit with you. The question I get most from my friends and colleagues is, what's the catch? And how can they offer this? It's super simple. All the money they save by not traveling to buy cars at auctions, like purchase fees, shipping, and travel expenses, is what allows them to offer this. They'd rather share that money they save with you than outside vendors. They encourage you to shop around, but if Wayscar Ford can pay you the same or more as their competitors and then share half their profit with you once they resell your car, why would you sell your car anywhere else? They've already shared over $800,000 with customers, and it's only at Wayscar Ford. That's wayscarford.com, Wayscar Ford in Auburn.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get your freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hand.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Saul.
All right, Mr. Bryan, we'll do a little potpourri here. We'll have Gary Hill join us in 30 minutes. Hoping Passon can do tomorrow. That was impressive, buddy. Two football guys trying to pivot and talk baseball there for 30 minutes. And likewise, how about Hawk Blogger put out this tweet a couple hours ago. There have only been two catchers. I promise some football stuff in a second. And some relevant stuff. Another trade by the Dolphins. Adam Schefter reporting. I'll get to that here in a second. But Hawk Blogger tweeting there have been two catchers, Mr. Walters. Carlton Fisk in 85 and Pudge Rodriguez in 99 in MLB history, who have hit 33-plus home runs, 70-plus RBI, and stole 9-plus bases in a season. Cal has done it before the All-Star break. I mean, it's just, again, you put these things in some perspective, and Gary loves his numbers, and he'll do the same for us here in about 25 minutes, but it's just truly, truly remarkable. Some news broke about a half an hour ago. Adam Schefter, supposedly the NFL's on vacation. They never go on vacation. Adam Schefter tweets this, and I do think it has a little Seahawks attachment, reflection. The Dolphins are trading a conditional 26-6 to the Giants for a 27-7 and Darren Waller.
Waller's coming out of retirement after agreeing to a 1-year deal with the Dolphins worth up to $5 million, says Drew Rosenhaus. How is that relevant? Well, after the Dolphins in that trade with the Steelers also send their tight end away, Jonnu Smith, I think there was some speculation and wonder if the Dolphins need a tight end, do you think there is any chance they look up to the Northwest and Noah Fant's, $8-9 million cap hit next year? So I kind of read into that's probably now not going to happen. If they make that move, and again, it's not a big deal. It's up to $5 million, so it's probably, a little bit of guarantees with a whole bunch of incentives for a player coming out of retirement. But Noah Fant, with that move, more than likely a Seahawk here in 25.
And I'm okay with that. I am. If you took Noah Fant away from this tight end room, you have a lot of Elijah Royal obviously is a young guy. You can't count on him quite yet. You don't know exactly what you're going to get up front, understanding the blocking schemes, all that. I do believe he's going to be, your best pass catcher tight end at some point this season. He will arise. The way he runs routes and smooth, but you just can't count on that. And so A.J. Barner had moments last year. I loved what we saw to the young guy, but Noah Fant's your leader there. And so that really solidifies that room now, because it would have been getting rid of Noah Fant would have scared me a little bit. You puts it a little bit we talk about the depth thing a lot, and where's this depth coming from? You would have no depth in that room.
Yeah, I would agree. You'd have a lot of youth. I think some talented players, and you love the upside, and obviously that is a pretty big number for Noah in the final year of his contract. So I don't know if I would quite as definitively say that he's for sure the leader of that room or the guy or going to be here, but probably with that deal a little bit unlikely. Hey, you saw the news yesterday with the Steelers trade, and they make a big trade, a monstrous trade, sending Minka Fitzpatrick, pretty darn good safety, Pro Bowl caliber safety, down to Miami, bring Jalen Ramsey in. TJ Watt, their defensive end, fairly disgruntled, was not a part of any of their offseason, even their mandatory mini camps. And I'm going to guess probably didn't love seeing them add a few more $1 million to Jalen Ramsey's kind of contract. As we sit here 3,000 miles away, likewise, any FOMO with what Pittsburgh's doing? Or do you think, as Diana Rossini is reporting, that teams are reaching out to Pittsburgh? If Salk was all excited about Trey Hendrickson, who's trying to work out a new contract, and TJ Watt's in the final year of his contract in Pittsburgh, are you calling the Steelers?
You're calling the Steelers, and I'm guessing you're probably hanging up quick, because I'm guessing the price tag's very high for him. And I still see TJ Watt staying in Pittsburgh. I do. I don't see that being realistic. The trade, I think it might just be a little scare tactic on the Steelers end with TJ Watt, but I think he's going to be staying.
I mean, it makes no sense, right? If the Steelers are doing this, and the Steelers are Aaron Rodgers, and the Steelers are going Jalen Ramsey, and the Steelers are by far the oldest team in this league on paper going into this season, and TJ has done all that he has done, and he's still your best football player. It makes zero sense that if you're going to kind of be in go-for-it mode, a little bit like Washington was last year when they added some veteran offensive linemen, they had Bobby Wagner, they had, by the way, Pittsburgh also added Darius Slay to that secondary. You don't do that and then all of a sudden not have a plan for TJ Watt and finding a way to restructure his deal.
And as a receiver, I say this all the time. It pains me to say it, but games are won up front. And the Steelers have totally kind of reconstructed all the outside, all the perimeter, all those positions, all their skill positions. But TJ Watt is how you're going to win games. You can't get rid of his, back in 2021, he had the 22.5 sacks. He had 19 sacks in 2023. So you can't just replace that with nothing. That's going to hurt your team in the long run. Defense, offensive line is where it's won games, proven by the Eagles this last season. So I think they'll figure something out pretty quick.
So Ian Rappaport down in Mexico, Schefter who knows where, Passon's over in London, Lefko's over at Wimbledon in London. All these people are all out on vacation trying to get away a little bit before the season starts. Do you think there is any Seahawk move between now and the start of training camp in 3 weeks? Do you think we see an Adam Schefter tweet? Do you think we see a headline? I know that the Shaq Griffin deal got done, last week? I'm sure you and Salky talked about that a little bit. That was something that had to happen when you speak of depth. That was by far a position they needed some experience to come in the door, and they did. Do you see a Charles Cross contract done? Do you see they have financial means they usually don't have in the month of July? Yeah. Do you see something getting done between now and training camp?
I think what you just said there, something internally, yes, could be getting done, like Charles Cross, extending him, something along those lines. I don't think it's going to be an outside big blockbuster trade like we've seen. I think that's kind of that ship has sailed. And I look at the team, you go all the holes. that they would possibly have, you'd probably look at the offensive line, maybe that right guard spot. What are they going to do there? The guard from I always say the name doesn't roll off my tongue. Is it Sharif? The guard. Scherf.
Brandon Scherf.
Brandon Scherf.
Brandon
There it is. I know
Scherf.
he's still available, but I still don't see him doing that because they've done that experiment before. They did that with Laken Tomlinson. It just doesn't work out all that well. Connor Williams they brought in. I think they'll just stick with what they have. Really focus on the new scheme, helping out this offensive line that way. But the only move I would see the Seahawks making is an offensive line move, and I don't see it.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I think addressing corner, you feel pretty good there. Safety, you feel pretty good there. O-line, and that competition amongst 4 different guys, the right guards. We talk about the tight end room, the running back room, the QB. Yeah, I think everything is rather settled. It's just whether or not you want to do a deal with a Woolen, you want to do a deal with a K9, you want to do a deal with a Charles Cross. Of any of those, I think Charles Cross probably the most likely candidate there at left tackle, and many of these pieces are done. Doesn't mean you don't call, though. Doesn't mean old Schneider doesn't reach out to his buddy in Pittsburgh and say, hey, what are you doing with that TJ guy? Or maybe even that Trey Hendrickson guy out there in Cincinnati. You're always, even when they're away this time of year, you knew that, right?
Oh, yeah.
What was July 1st like for Brian Walters as a player? As you looked at the calendar and you were about 2.5 weeks away from reporting, could you really ever get away from it?
You never get away from it.
You never do, right?
It's crazy how I always thought from the time the mandatory minicamp ends to the start of training camp. Training camp always crept up sooner than you thought. I feel like it always advanced a couple days every single year. That time, it was impossible to get away. It was impossible to get your mind off. It was you go on a vacation for a week, you feel like you're losing a week. You feel like you're not going to be ready for training camp. Now, other guys were in different situations than I was in. Other guys could afford to kind of sit back, put their feet up, have a pina colada, or whatever they do. But if you missed a week when you're in my shoes, you weren't ready for training. You didn't feel ready. And that's the important part is these guys coming in feeling like they were ready. Whether you're ready in the week makes a big difference. You got to feel like you're ready with all the confidence.
What is it about July? July always feels that way, that those days just go faster. So right?
Fast.
All the sunshine. What was it yesterday? 85 and sunny. The
Beautiful.
ballpark was just glorious. The shots they had of the sound and the sunset. And yet these days are the longest days of the year. But why do they stink and go so fast? Before you know it, training camp will be here, and lots to discuss. Lots to discuss with these Mariners. A great start to to this homestand. They're in the midst, Brian, of a 17-day, 17-game stretch here. 10 of them were on the road where they went 6-4. Got off on the right foot early yesterday. Got to the Royals bullpen early yesterday. Let's hope that pays some dividends. Gary Hill will talk about that and more in 15. We'll give you everything you need to know next as Walters is in for Salk. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and I've had a couple injuries over the year. I'm not going to lie. That 16-hour road trip yesterday, made my back ache just a little bit and separated shoulders and, torn rib cartilage, all that fun stuff. But you don't have to play pro sports to know what I'm talking about. I know that many of you this morning wake up from painful joints from arthritis, and it affects your quality of life. Well, if that is the case, then you need to reach out to my buddy, my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. 425-823-4000, that's the number. And when you call, you're going to just feel the level of experience that's in that building. Dr. Nelson has seen so many patients suffering from chronic joint pain, so no matter what walks through the door, he's got answers. I can say this confidently. Many have jumped aboard the regenerative medicine train over the last decade. That is not Dr. Nelson. He is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, and he's got lots of tools, including stem cell therapy. So if your pain is affecting your quality of life, if you're not enjoying the things you used to once enjoy, please give my buddy Dr. Nelson a call this morning at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with 0 investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
It's the Got to Go used car sales event at West Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, June 27th through July 6th. Choose from over 350 used vehicles in stock and ready to move. West Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. Not a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you got to look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Ken's Pool and Patio reminds parents swimming is a healthy outlet for kids if we remember to put safety first. Make sure your children are visible at all times by a lifeguard or responsible adult. Sign them up for swimming lessons and provide a flotation device for added safety. Always check swimming conditions in advance and remind your kids to never swim alone. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Ken's Pool and Patio, your family-owned full-service pool company, proudly serving you for over 50 years. Online at kenspool.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, here's what you need to know after just a grueling road trip, all the heat and the wind and everything that went on in the Windy City, splitting up in Minneapolis and then finding a way to get it done. Man, I was listening Sunday to that game on the app on my drive back from Montana, and honestly, after they gave it up in extra innings and the home run, I thought, what a bummer, a 5-5 road trip. But nope, they found a way to get to 6-4. They come home after 10 games in 10 days. It's the Royals for 4. It's the Pirates for 3. You got to make hay. And old Randy Rosarena, man, it was nice to see him get going. But the star continues to be the star. Cal Raleigh, home run number 33, and Gary Hill with one of the best calls you're going to hear.
2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swung on a drive. Center field. Isbell back. He's at the track. He's looking up. Makes a jump. It's over his glove. It is gone! Cal Raleigh has done it again. Another home run. Number 33 is in the seats. Only 2 players in Major League history have hit more home runs before the end of June than Cal Raleigh. His magical season continues. He's a walking, talking history book. It is the season of Cal Raleigh.
It sure is, and let's hope it just continues. You talked last segment, when that 8:30 segment, Brian, about the rest of the guys stepping up, and it was Randy Rosarena with 2 bombs. I think all 3 of those home runs last night were to that right center field area. Dan Wilson, the skipper, asked about whether or not Randy's made some adjustments at the plate. Here was Danny.
Yeah, I mean, more just his approach. I think he's been a little bit more patient, and he's been able to use the opposite field. I think he's drawn some walks that we've seen in tight situations, and been able to stay on the fastball, stay on the breaking ball a little bit longer, and tonight able to get some pitches up in the zone and just drove him to right center. And I think when you talk about hitters and they're at their best when they're using the whole field, and Randy's certainly doing that right now, and he's had a lot of success with it.
Doesn't take a lot either, Brian, right? It just doesn't take but just one crooked number with the way these guys are starting to throw it, as George is rounding into form, as Logan is coming back, as Wu has been consistent, right? It's not like you need to put 7-8 runs up a night. You get that home run and you feel really good, and they found a way to win the first of a 7-game homestand.
Are you a believer in trap games, Brock? Like in football, you believe in a trap game?
Human nature, yes.
Yes. And to me, this Royals series, this game yesterday was a trap game. You go through the grueling road trip, all the things that happened with the heat in Chicago, the rain delays in Minnesota, the extra inning games in Texas. You could see him coming back and just kind of throwing out a dud. Just kind of like all the pressure off, just different, just tired, exhausted. And they come out and they put a performance like that. I was very impressed. I thought that was a huge win. And you look at it, you go, it's the Kansas City Royals. They've been struggling. I think they've only scored 20 runs in the last 9 games or something. So they're struggling. But to me, that's a trap game, and they took care of business.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yeah, pretty cool. Alongside voting still being open for Cal Raleigh today and tomorrow, just go to our app and you can vote for him there. Pretty cool that 3 other young Mariners, not yet major leaguers, but young in the farm system and highly rated in that farm system, will be part of the Futures game down there in Atlanta for the All-Star Game festivities. That would be Harry Ford. Harry Ford is a Futures game stud. His 3rd game in 3 years. Laz Montez and his 21 bombs, leading minor league baseball, both at the single A, high A, and now double A level there in Arkansas. And then, as Lyle said, hey, man, don't just look at the raw numbers, a nearly 4.6 ERA for Durangelo. See what he has done over the course of a season. Pretty remarkable that all 3 of those young Mariners will all find themselves in the Futures game down in Hotlanta.
At what point are you not allowed in the Futures game?
I think that's a great question. Maybe when you're 30, you can no longer. Maybe when he's in his 9th year because Cal Raleigh is blocking him at catcher.
I know.
Yeah.
Harry Ford is so close, so close. He's probably gotten the call a couple times that, hey, be ready to go, especially with Mitch Garver having a couple injury scares showing up, but he's close. But good for him. He just continues to show up. I'm excited about the switch pitcher. I think that's so fun to watch. I hope we get to see him up at T-Mobile here at some point in the next few years. It'll be such a story to do that, because that's just, as an athlete, Brock, I mean, I can't even fathom how he is able to do that, and how you even start to do that. How does that even develop as a young kid, a young pitcher? It's pretty remarkable.
I was a little surprised we're not going to see Colt Emerson in this game, but I know he's also.
Yeah, I was too.
So I know he's been battling a little bit of a hamstring injury, so that might be why.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, here's a couple little different tidbits. We talked a bunch today about Leonard Williams being number 99. I think we put that hay in the barn as far as both believing that is way too low for the big cat and the difference maker he was last year and what portends to come this year. Storm forward. Oh, sheesh. How do I pronounce this name? If we didn't know Drangelo.
Nneka Omagwike.
Nneka
Omagwike.
An all-star for the 10th time. 10-time all-star. Wow. Very impressive. How in the world the guards, Caitlin Clark is voted by her peers as the 9th best guard, but somehow makes the all-star game because she's number 1 in all of the fan voting. Those girls hate her. And then lastly, the Pac-12 announced that Texas State will be the 8th football team joining the Pac-12 conference. You familiar with the Bobcats, Texas State at all?
A little bit. Actually,
really?
I just know that they're in a great little market down there. They're right between San Antonio. They're right between Austin. Split the difference. So Pac-12's attacking the Texas market a little bit. It's a good move. I'm sure you'd like to say that they're going to add one more Texas school at some point. I don't know if it's going to be University of Texas San Antonio. I'm sure they're going to try to do that to get that market back. But Pac-12 making moves. I like it. It's becoming a little bit of a little better, a little more exciting, I guess, as it grows. I like the fact.
Couldn't get the Sooners, couldn't get the Longhorns. Tried to do that back in the day, a couple decades ago, but end up getting Texas State. And
I think there'll be some more moves made though by the Pac-12 here before it's all said and done. They're working on some stuff.
That is everything you need to know. Yeah, did you see some of that fine print when it came to Caitlin Clark in the WNBA? So the players, like they do in the NFL, the players vote, the fans vote, right? And you get kind of all the votes combined. I think I saw a number that Caitlin got more votes than all of the All-Star girls got before she came into the league in 2023. I mean, it was just a remarkable number from the fans. And yet her peers did not really vote her in. She was the 9th guard when it came to her peers in that league.
Yeah, well, I got to say they have to have her in the All-Star game. I mean, she's selling out the crowd. You saw the crowd when they came over here and played the Storm. Just sell out, excitement, all rooting for Caitlin, not rooting for, but just wanting to see Caitlin Clark. So she is the face of the WNBA.
She is, and she's doing remarkable things and putting up remarkable numbers, just like our guy is here in town. So Gary Hill is known for his tweets. Gary Hill is known for his numbers. Gary Hill is known for one heck of a great call last night with Cal Raleigh's 33rd home run. We wake Gary Hill up. Hopefully he's not flying back from London too. We'll wake Gary Hill up. He'll join Brian and I next right here on Seattle Sports.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What do you like about the young talent on the Seahawks roster?
There are some foundational pieces. And then this year, right, you're expecting Grace Abel to start. You're expecting Emma Ward to start. Elijah Arroyo is a silent sleeper that people are talking about. You got Robbie, the fullback over there. I just looked at the last 3 or 4 drafts, and there are a lot of starters on the football field.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and we've been talking about this. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience because the hotel opens up August 8th. Bookings are open at snocasino.com starting on August 8th. The expanded non-gaming floor, the destination spa, the big new entertainment space and convention center, new restaurants as well. They're combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com for details. Seattle's closest, now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BODY to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BODY to 321-321. That's BODY to 321-321.
It's our biggest event of the summer, the Putts Golf Sidewalk Sale. Thousands of items on sale on the best brands in the game and an unthinkable savings. Don't be left out. It all starts Thursday for 4 days only at Putts.
Wait, if I work today, why should I have to wait 2 weeks to get my money? With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
Jet City Harley sales event is happening now. Save up to $5,000 on new 2023 Harleys. Jet City Harley needs to make room for more bikes. Save up to $5,000 on a new 2023 Harley at Jet City Harley.
See dealer for details. State and amounts differ by 2023 models available.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Shannon Dreyer here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help in finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at woiseattle.org.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with a Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party this Thursday, presented by T-Mobile.
Fly ball right field, sailing back, gone! Legend, Cal Raleigh!
Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom! Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off single. Holy smokes, what a finish.
Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks and check out the full fireworks lineup this summer, including an 80s night on July 18th and Show Tunes theme on August 1st. Plus, don't miss big-time giveaways like patriotic trucker hats on Friday and J.P. Crawford basketball jerseys on Saturday. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brian, are you pretty open book? You willing to answer any questions on anything in your life?
Yeah, why not? Yeah,
Okay.
sounds like fun.
866-979-3776. 866-979-3776. On Tuesdays, we like to end the show with Answer the Question Jerk. We have a few, but Miss Mora is back there curating those. So if you could text those in, 866-979-3776. Any question you got, anything you want, Salk's dance moves, the evening, the unfortunate tooth that got chipped on the dance floor. Some beverages got spilled, somebody slipped. Yes, some flowers caught on fire. Of course, that's going to happen. But anything you got, we'll answer, both wedding related and anything you want to fire at Brian and I. But we have played Gary Hill Jr.'s home run call. How many times have we played it today? Seven, Gary? I think that was my favorite call I've ever heard of you from you last night with Cal's 33rd home run, as you said, a history book just in form that we're getting to watch. Curious if you can add any further context to what you were seeing night in and night out with our great All-Star.
It's just incredible, isn't it? I live in this weird space. I live in this weird space right now of I expect him to constantly hit home runs, yet I seem surprised and amazed that he constantly continues to hit home runs. It's this unbelievable space that I'm living in, and it's like something we've never seen before. It's clearly one of the greatest first halves in Mariners history. It's probably the greatest first half a catcher has ever had in Major League Baseball, and it's just amazing to play out. And as I've talked about it, as someone who grew up here, I had a chance to watch Ken Griffey Jr. at his best in terms of home runs. And it felt like he would hit a home run every single day. And, if you're watching in person, if you were watching on TV, if you were listening on the radio, you never missed a Griffey plate appearance because it could be the one where he does it again. And I feel like for me, Cal has entered that realm where, hey, if you're at the game, that's not the time to go get popcorn. You're in the car, you're not going to the house yet because you want to hear what Cal's going to do next. I feel like he's really in that realm. It's just incredible what he's doing. And I'm just enjoying the ride because you never know when these type of seasons come around, and we're enjoying one of the greatest we've ever seen.
It's interesting, Gary. You said that we have not seen this before, and certainly not from a catcher and the things that he is doing ever at this point of a season from that position as a switch hitter to boot. But we did see it in 1998 as you put that graphic up, as you referenced last night on that call. It was 98 that Ken Griffey Jr., like Cal Raleigh, hit his 33rd home run before July 1st. And so we did see it in 98. If you remember, where were you in 98 that year watching Ken Griffey Jr. do really what Cal has done this first half?
Oh yeah, so I was in college at the time, and it's so funny that it's just so similar to me in that you get amazed by what he did it again. He homered again. How is this possible? How does he keep doing it every day? And that's exactly the same feeling I had. So it's funny that the numbers parallel because the feeling is exactly the same. And then, I keep wondering, okay, how are teams going to change what they're doing to Cal? And we saw that against Minnesota and Texas a little bit because I think both those teams, Cal has hit 5 home runs against this year. So I think both those teams got sick of Cal Raleigh. And I think the opposing crowds got pretty sick of Cal Raleigh. So we saw some adjusting, especially with guys aboard. So I am curious what we see moving forward with Cal if teams continue. Now, there's going to be times like last night where, you're going to have to pitch to them. But with guys aboard, I am curious to see if we start seeing more intentional walks moving forward.
Yeah, Gary, on that note, I think we keep seeing it over. We've saw it 4 times in the series against Texas, the intentional walks. How good of a sign was it last night? And kind of the whole road trip, having guys step up around Cal Raleigh with Randy Arozarena last night, and even Mitch Garver throughout the road trip had a couple big games as well.
Yeah, that was great to see. Randy had a great night last night. He's quietly been really productive this year. We haven't seen a lot with the home run ball, but in double figures now, which is great to see. But hey, whoever's going to hit behind him is going to get opportunities. Whoever's in the 4 spot. We've seen Raley there a little bit, Arozarena last night. there are going to be plenty of opportunities because, it's funny with the season that Cal is having with the home runs, and the home run numbers are overwhelming and it gets all the attention, and I totally understand why. At the same time, I think it kind of masks what has been a really incredible season for Cal in total. Like his on-base percentage, he's around the top 10 in baseball this year. He's been hovering in there. Cal Raleigh is in the top 10. He's been, 390-ish. Came into yesterday 388 on base. That's great. So it's not just he's hitting home runs all the time. He's on base all the time. And with the kind of first half JP has had, who's also been hovering around 400 for most of the first half, those two in the top three are getting on a ton. So I think you put your finger on something that I think is really important for the Mariners moving forward and offensive consistency moving forward is, whoever is in that number 4 is going to have a lot of chances. They're going to have a lot of RBI opportunities. And so production from there, I think, is going to be pretty critical moving forward.
Gary Hill with us. I don't know how many other organizations in baseball, Gary, as you travel around and you see all these different teams, how many of them have 2 former catchers in that organization playing pretty prominent roles still with the team? Obviously, Danny on a daily basis is the manager, and Dave Valle working alongside your buddy Goldie for a whole bunch of these games in the broadcast booth. I'm curious if you've heard from either of those guys, from Dan or Dave. Dan on a regular basis, Dave as he pops in and out, at how much they marvel at what Cal is doing, not just with the bat, but with the glove, with the leadership. Like, it's 2 former catchers and pretty good catchers for the Mariners. Do you ever hear any anecdotes from those guys? Like, this is just stupid. This is just unbelievable.
No, that's exactly what it is. And the conversations that I like to have with those guys is, and I was just talking about this with Dave Valle the other day, it's all the stuff that we don't see that goes into what catchers do, which is part of the reason why you don't see catchers do this. Like, if you compare positional slash lines, catchers are always the worst offensively, and there's a reason for it, because generally they're there for the pitchers. The offensive side of things is secondary in a lot of cases. And part of that, and when you have conversations with those guys, it really sheds a lot of light on everything that all the different directions Cal is pulled in every single day. When you're talking about pitchers, starting pitchers, bullpen, game plan, getting ready for opposing hitters, he's got to know the opposing hitters as well as he knows himself. Think about starting a 4-game series against Kansas City and all the cramming he has to do before that series starts. And, he hits from both sides of the plate. And it's also not a coincidence that he's playing every single day as well. You think about all the time he's got to take to get his body ready. I mean, it is really unbelievable. It's all the stuff that we never see. We just see him go on the field, do his thing as a catcher, hit his home runs. But there is so much time, effort, and work involved every single day to make everything happen. Because, all the stuff with the pitching staff, the game plans, all that stuff has to happen every day as well, and he continues to do it. And so that's what I find incredible, and it's really fun to get the insight from those guys who have been there and have experienced it. And you're right. I mean, that's the reaction. It's like, this is stupid. I can't – this is unbelievable. This is still happening.
It is really incredible. We just we can't talk enough about Cal Raleigh, really. But I'm gonna pivot the conversation toward another hitter, a guy that I think personally we've seen make a little bit of progress with his. He's kind of hit some singles, striking out a little less. Some people might see that as a negative thing, the way he's hitting the ball on the ground. And that's Julio. What do you make of his plate appearances, throughout the last couple weeks? And do you see him catching getting in one of those Julio hot streaks here in the future?
I hope so, because those are super fun. And when we've seen those, he can absolutely carry a team. And the thing that I have liked as of late is he's really hitting the ball hard. In Texas, he hit 7 balls in that series over 100 miles per hour. So that's great. And he had 6 hits out of those 7 balls, one of them a double, all singles. So I think, we're all in the same boat. We'd like to see more power from Julio. And that's kind of, when I think about his first half, that's kind of been the only thing missing for me. I think he's had a very, underrated first half. And I understand the conversation around Julio usually revolves around expectations for Julio, because we all have super high expectations for him and the player he can be. But I think he's had a super productive first half. I think his defense in center field in particular has been incredible. I mean, he rates out as truly one of the best defenders in all of baseball, regardless of position, and he's doing it at a premium position. So I think he's done a lot of little things great. And so when you see him go on these huge binges, especially power binges, it usually starts with him hitting the ball hard, and he's been hitting the ball hard. So hopefully the power comes with it, because then you can start dreaming on, what this offense could be, especially at the top, with JP kind of doing his thing, getting on base, Cal doing his thing. And if you have Julio in one of those grooves, that's really tough to contend with if you're an opposing team.
How's Gary Hill doing with 11 games in 11 days? How's the body? How's the voice? How's the vocal coach? You good?
I'm doing great. All I have to do is sit there, though.
Yeah.
I don't have to do anything.
What is this kind of stretch like? And obviously 6 more of these puppies now. You get to do it at home, and the weather's going to be great and all that, and the All-Star break is right around the corner.
Yeah.
But, man, this is 17 games in 17 days. Put that in perspective for those of us that aren't a part of that and have never done something like that in our lives.
It is a challenge. It's the travel. That's the part that gets to you, and especially those 4-game trips on the road. And that was a weird road trip, too, with just all the weather, the delays, it was bizarre. And the tough part is you get home late at night on a Sunday, and then you see your family because you haven't seen them in, a week and a half, and it feels like you see them for 5 minutes, and then you're right back at the ballpark with no off day yesterday. And so that's kind of the challenge. You're back home, and then you're pulled in all different kinds of directions because you have a real life, and then you're right back at the ballpark, and you're playing the Royals, and that's the challenge of the whole thing. And I do marvel at, I'm just sitting there yapping. I don't have to do anything. But those guys, after a long plane ride yesterday, a really tough road trip, they're right back at it today, which gets back to the Cal conversation, too, it's really – the grind of it is real. And the travel thing with the Mariners in particular, that's real. Like no matter how well you travel or how comfortable you are, that's time that you're in the air. That's a lot of time in the air. And especially when there's 17 in a row, it's a real grind. That stuff is real, and they have to fight through it. And I was really impressed by last night because watching that game play out, you never would have known that this was the first game back from a long trip.
Yeah, I agree. So last thing here for you, Gary. Do you think the baseball writers who vote on the MVP eventually, and I know there's 70-something games left, and there's a lot of story and a lot of chapters still to be written, but do you get a sense that those baseball guys would have an understanding of that so much more than even the general populace of how much goes into this and how truly, truly remarkable as a catcher and as a switch hitter? I mean, just look at what he's done compared to his peers at catching. I mean, he'd be like second in home runs just from the right side amongst catchers, let alone the 20-something he's hit from the left side. Do you feel like those baseball writers have enough sense to them to go, man, if this is close with Judge, if they're WAR numbers, if they're WRC plus, if they're winning, if this is close, that you have to tip your hand to all the rest of the story that Cal's writing?
This is a great question, and I think very timely as well with Kansas City in town. Because if you turn the page back to last year, Witt had one of the all-time great seasons as a shortstop. His numbers were unbelievable, and yet he finished second in MVP to Judge. And, Judge had an all-time year. He hit nearly 60 home runs. He had an on-base over 450, and he's kind of doing the same thing this year. So, but how do writers look differently? That they didn't give Witt the nod as a shortstop, but do they give a catcher a nod if it's close? I would like to think, my hunch is, if it's close, the catcher and Cal would get the nod. Now, the question is, how close is close? That's the part that I don't know. I don't know how the writers see that. And I feel like how this season has played out, that the way Judge started was ridiculous. And it almost felt like he had put away the MVP vote, a month and a half, 2 months into the season. But as it's played out, it feels to me that Cal has closed the gap on this conversation. It really made it an actual conversation. And so,
kind of fun to hear it in the building, the MVP chants last night that, as Brian was saying, I don't know the last time. Oh, so cool. And I don't know the last time we've heard that as a Seattle sports fan for a player in our old Sonics arena or in T-Mobile, the old Safeco in the Kingdom. Like, it's been a long time since we heard something reverberate like that. It's pretty cool.
It's amazing. He's having an MVP quality season. And whether he wins it or finishes second, it doesn't take away from the season he's having, because in another year he would be no question. It just so happens Judge is a unicorn and he's been marvelous so far this year. But those MVP chants, he's earned them, man, and I love it. I love when they're ringing through the building.
Well, you had an MVC. You had an MVC. You had a most valuable call last night. That was one for the record books right there, man. We loved it. We played it a bunch today. Gary, thanks for taking the time and jumping on with us spontaneously this morning, and appreciate and keep enjoying the ride.
Thanks, Gary.
You're too kind. Thank you so much. It was great to talk. Let's do it again soon.
That sounds great. There goes Gary Hill. You hear him and the Rizzer on the radio call each and every night with these Seattle Mariners, and it must be neat for those guys to be enjoying truly a historic season. It's not hyperbole. It's not anything made up. It's everything that Cal is doing in ways at that position especially that have never, ever been done in the history of the sport. Pretty cool.
Yeah, and Gary said in his call, rewriting the record books every single day.
That's right. And baseball has got an opportunity to capture you in that way because they do. Unlike our sport that we played where it's once a week, and you either sit on a good week or you sit on a bad week, and you got to wait 6 or 7 days for the next one. Not in this one. 17 games in 17 days, and let's hope old Emerson and the boys can get win number 2 tonight against those Royals. All right, here we go. Quickly, did we have a couple last minute ones come in more? Are we able to do a little answer the question jerk to finish this sucker out today?
Yeah, we've been adding them to the show sheet here. Do you want me to read them, or did you?
Oh, yeah, I can't multitask. You know that. Okay. Go ahead, fire loud.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question, Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk!
Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
Oh, actually, I see him now. Look at you adding them to the show sheet. Look at you. If you want me to ask him more, I was able to put my glasses on and find him.
This is
a good question. Why was Brian Walters not invited to the wedding?
I didn't want to bring it up, Brock. I mean, the way how we've known each other for so long, we go way back. Yep, maybe meeting you once at the VMAC before.
That's right.
But who would have subbed for you? Who would have been subbing last week for you? That's the real question.
I mean, if Zane, who we met that day, was invited, you have a case.
True. Zane was invited.
Yeah. He invited himself. He kind of invited himself. Brock, my daughter is getting married on July 12th. That is 11 days. And my question to you is, did you have a private conversation with your son-in-law before the wedding? I'm about to do it. Did I have a private conversation with my son-in-law? I had lots of conversations. I love my son-in-law, man. I am so fortunate in that way. Dylan is like the most, I say earnest, and that doesn't even capture it. Like, I love that guy. But yes, have a lot of conversations with your son-in-law to be in 11 days. Do you have conversations with your in-laws to be?
Yes, actually. The one to ask for his blessing. That was the one. It was good. It was really good. It went way better than I thought. The hardest part was setting it up.
For 11 years, for God's sakes. Hey, it's about time.
Come on, 3 years. The hardest part was setting it up. But what was yours like when he asked you? Hey, I'm gonna.
What was funny is we went golfing.
Perfect.
And I kind of knew it was coming. And we drive all the way out there. It's about a 40-minute drive to this course. Nothing. We play for 5 hours. Nothing.
He's nervous.
I get the turn. Nothing. Yep. We drive all the way home. We're like 5 minutes from home. The final left-hand turn on Wildcat Way, the final one. And he's like, Mr. Heward, I don't know how to do this well. And I was like, oh, this is so Dylan. This is so great. So I knew it was coming. And he was a little nervous, and that helped.
I can relate to that.
Brian, what did you do when Percy Harvin sucker punched Golden Tate?
I knew this one was coming. There's something along these lines. You know what's funny about that? Everyone knows about that now, which is crazy, first off. Right. But I was actually the locker between those two. We were in the Giants locker room, in New York, and I was right between them. I had Percy on my left, Golden on my right, And Golden just started walking by, and it all happened so fast. It wasn't just me. Everyone was kind of on there breaking it up.
How contentious was that room
fast.
over the course of the season?
Was
it just like fire and ice? Was it pretty feisty throughout the year?
I don't think it was as bad as people think, and the reason being is Percy was kind of hurt all year. He only played 3 games that season.
True.
And so he wasn't always around, and not saying if he was around it would have been contentious, but there wasn't a lot going. He had to worry about his own stuff. He had to worry about getting healthy and getting on the field. So it wasn't as bad as people think, but some of it was when he came back. Anyway, that was a whole different story. But
how did Titus feel about his sister getting married? Super excited. A couple of my favorite moments were the vows that I did not hear ahead of time, that Haley had written for Dylan and Dylan written for her, and that got me. And thankfully, my back was to the whole audience, so they didn't see me sobbing and just dripping tears during that. And the other was at the rehearsal dinner, where we kind of opened the floor at the end of it, and Titus got up and did an awesome job as a 15-year-old young guy to celebrate Dylan and Haley, and he loves having an older brother. He's always loved the boyfriends and the cousins, the older brother, kind of the brothers he didn't have. So he was super stoked. This is mean. Why would somebody ask this? Jerks. Did Brock reference himself being a coach?
I can tell you why someone would ask that.
Speech?
I may or may not have made it a buy or sell last week.
That is so mean. Who would even ask something like that? You think I made that speech about myself?
Do you want to hear what Lyle said?
What? What'd you say, Lyle?
Salk said, no, Brock won't do that because this speech is going to be about Haley and Dylan. It's not about him. And Lyle said, well, the interviews we do with guests are supposed to be about that person too, but he still told Mike McDonald about coaching.
Wow.
I feel like you could have squeezed it in, though, and it wouldn't have been about you.
No, but I did reference team quite a bit. Together, everyone achieves more. That this team that you're looking out at, Haley and Dylan, like for this day, for the next week, for the month, for Lord willing, years to come, this is your team that is going to be right by your side. And it's pretty cool in that room. You had league champs, I referenced this, state champs, Big Sky champs, national champs. And thanks to Damon's 2 Super Bowls with the Patriots, even Super Bowl champs in the building. So pretty good team. Hey, Lyle, last thing, you get to finish the show. Who do you want to see the Mariners pick at number 3 in the draft? That Oregon State shortstop looks pretty good.
I figure we could get into this a little bit more next week when we'll probably have a little bit more time.
Yep.
If you want one name right now, off the rip.
One name right now, Lyle.
Seth Hernandez.
Seth Hernandez.
Yeah.
Ooh, not the lefty pitcher out of Florida State that Passon wants, huh? Jamie Arnold? No?
No, I mean, Jamie Arnold and Kate Anderson are awesome, but, man, I like the idea of taking a swing at this pick because you never get to pick this high when you're the Mariners. So take a guy with the upside that is a true star, has star potential.
Okay. I like it. Well, Brian, thank you, A, so much yesterday, and you and Bump filling in big time for us. B, getting us to hang out for 3 hours, man. We have not done this before.
I know. We got to do it
again tomorrow,
the reason
you didn't get the invite, I didn't know you that well. And then I know when you finally got engaged, maybe you would have gotten the invite. So I'm glad that happened.
It means a lot, actually. It means
Super
a lot.
stoked for you. Yeah. We'll see if Jeff Passon lands from London, how his flight goes and all that fun stuff. I hope he can join us tomorrow. But if not, we'll be hopefully talking about a Mariners team that continues to stay hot, finds a way to win as they did last night on this 7-game road trip. Go out to the park. It's absolutely glorious and beautiful. It is the best time of the year. Been a blast. Maura, thank you so much, as always, behind the scenes, you and Lyle putting it all together for Brian's time. But for this day, Mr. Walters, the hay? Where is it? Where's the hay?
In the barn?
In the barn.
There we
Good
go.
job.
I got it.
See you.
Get to the chopper!
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs at Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What do you like about the young talent on the Seahawks roster?
There are some foundational pieces. And then this year, right, you're expecting Gray's Able to start. You're expecting Emma Ward to start. Elijah Arroyo's a guy, a silent sleeper that people are talking about. You got Robbie, the fullback over there. I just looked at the last 3 or 4 drafts, and there are a lot of starters on the football field.
4 Down Territory every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. The power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
You know what's faster than your paycheck? Literally everything. It's time to get your pay up to speed. With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at HIMS.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED. But HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to HIMS.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin. Terrific.
Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare.
Wow. With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Milwaukee Bucks are waiving Dame Lillard and stretching the remaining $113 million on his contract in order to acquire Miles Turner. That from ESPN this morning. The Mariners beat the Royals in their series opener yesterday. Randy Arozarena hit 2 bombs, his first being number 100.